Good morning. Welcome to the second day of our international seminar of innovation in drugs of biodiversity. This seminar is an initiative of the Center of Innovation of Farmanguinhos, Fiocruz, with the support of the Vice Presidency of Environment, Healthcare, Biological Collections, the Vice Presidency of Production and Innovation in Health, and the direction of the Institute of Technology of Fiocruz. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning. And good morning for those of you who are online. Welcome. So for the second day of debates and talks, we are going to start section number 3, Technologies 4.0, and the Portal of Innovation in Biodiversity Drugs. I'm going to read the text to contextualize our debate. We have to organize an information system of medications in biodiversity, and we are dealing with Industry 4.0 based on the automation of processes, the tracking of medications, and the use of big data. Computers, science in the cloud, softwares, and management of the areas in the logistics chain. The fourth industrial revolution has changed the look at high management. We have different technologies to innovate drugs in biodiversity. We have Internet of Things, we have machine learning, in artificial intelligence, that are some of the technologies that we use in the innovation processes of these medications and the input in the pharmaceutical industry 4.0. The networks defined by the softwares, SDN, can be an answer to the challenges of connectivity, of communication, in a policy of biodiversity drugs. We need investment that guarantees the functioning of a portal that will contain information about the innovation of drugs in biodiversity, that organized in different levels information about biodiversity, the traditional knowledge, the pharmacological use, intellectual property, that are contained, isolated in different platforms, in interactive databases and other initiatives that are related to the innovation in this area. For our first talk today, we are going to talk about biodiversity according to the Brazilian Company of Research and Innovation in Industry. The person who is going to talk is José Menezes, responsible for Embrapil, the industry of Brazil in the area of biodiversity drugs. Welcome. Good morning. I am José Menezes from Embrapil. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Fiocruz and the organizing committee for the opportunity of having us here, and to tell you how Embrapil is connected to the theme of biodiversity. Embrapil is a young institution. Last week, we were at our 11th anniversary of existence. And in this short period of time, many things have happened. Embrapil is a non-profit private organization that operates with public resources, with our taxes. We have a contract of management with the Ministry of Science and Technology that supervises our organization. We have a management contract with the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. So those four institutions give resources to Embrapil so that we can foster innovation in different areas: biodiversity, bioeconomy, biopharmaceuticals, education, and others. Besides the ministries, we have other institutions that help us, like BNDES, that gave us almost 200 million reais so that we could foster 7 different areas, including pharmacos and biopharmacos, drugs and biodrugs. And we have other sources, SEBRAE and other partners that give resources for Embrapi and bet on us so that we can speed up the capacity of our research and the cooperation between excellence centers and the industry. What is the best in the academia and what the companies see as market opportunities. Embrapi is a platform so that we can accelerate the public-private competitiveness and health innovation of the people of Brazil. This is our network. We have Embrapi units that are excellency centers. They can be public institutions, private institutions, not profitable ones. And they want to integrate our network. It's a competitive process that is very robust. We have people who are very intelligent amongst our employees. We have almost 100 research centers from Manaus to Recife to Porto Alegre. We have federal universities that are public. We have state universities. We have institutes of innovation that integrate our network. We have private institutions also distributed all over Brazil. And in the area of health, in the south of Brazil, we have CIBS, that is a reference institute that is in the health area. We have an institute of electrochemistry. We have a center of pharmacy in USP, Secamed from Unicamp, the medical school of USP, CDP in Campinas. So we have a spectacular infrastructure that makes us all proud. INP in Rio, the Institute of Biosynthetics, the DOR Institute is a unit that belongs to us. The University of Minas Gerais, NUS in Paraíba, Senai Cimatec in Bahia. So all of those act in the area of. You can see that in our page in the internet, and you can find us there. You can put drugs, biodrugs, and then they indicate what are the research centers. When I talk about excellent research centers, is to give an idea that those Embrapi units, we have almost 6,000 postgrad researchers. We have people with master course, doctorate course. We have almost 5,000 people that are part of this network. As to results, this is our portfolio. We have more than 2,700 projects that were developed with more than 1,800 companies. You say projects. So what do you mean by that? I use the plural project because we have companies that come back. We have an index of area. I don't know if you know. The index is a spectacular institution. They have 5 projects with us. It's about 7. And we are very happy with that. We work with fostering startups and small companies. SEBRAE is a partner of ours. So companies come back to us. There's 31 projects with us. And our model is all the actors for investing, savory and innovation so that it goes to the market. Pharma or Roche or SKN, that all our clients and our partners, they knock at our door, in the door of a unit that has the competency that the company needs for its agenda, and that unit structures the project, a project for the company. So it's zero bureaucracy. The company doesn't have to fill it for. There is no public meeting. The first meeting from the starting point to starting is 60 days. So the people with doctorates start working in the company. We receive the proposal and we negotiate the modeling of the project, and we start it right away. So NBRP covers 1/3 of the portfolio. Sometimes we put more money than that. There are rules depending on the partner institution that is financing. But we use at least 1/3 of the total value. It's not granted. It's not reimbursable. We are co-investing, trying to help mitigating the technological risk in the process of innovation. In 10 years, we have 914 application of intellectual property. So it's good for our system. Our units have a counterpart. The costs. We also co-invest. The rest is paid by the company, the owner of the project that will bring it to the marketplace. On average, they put half the money. So the public resources, you invest one and we triple the public investment in a speedy way. So the company puts one and it doubles because the company only pays half the bill. So it's a win-win mechanism. Talking about the health level or area, it's the second area with the number of projects. The first one is the agro industry. Well, I can stay here if you like. So this is our portfolio in health. It's the second most important area of NBRP. The first one is the agro industry and foodstuffs and beverages. The numbers are very expressive, more than 300 millions in research and development. Those are our partners. You can read them on the screen. We have Siemens, we have Roche, Fiocruz, Biotech, and others. And I would like to explain that this platform, NBRP, has a scope of acting. So this is the matrix. If you don't know about that, this is the level of technological maturity, TRL. It's from 1 to 9. Our most important piece is the TL3. In some cases, we go hand in hand with the company up to the market, up to a TRL that is very high, with the marketplace project. Can be any technological challenge that the company brought to us. Depending on the partner, we can go to the market or we are in the technological development area. In some cases, we invest 50% and the rest is negotiated by the company with the research center. This is our partnership with the BNDES, the Investment Bank of Brazil. They have 7 strategic areas, health and strategic technologies for the Brazilian health system. Is something that we have been fostering for the last 2 years, divulging our possibilities of investment with an agile and flexible model that we represent in this platform to help companies to innovate. It can be a group like Ashe, and it can be a startup. Entering in more details in the health area, this is what BNDES tries to foment in the industrial area of health. Our target is to develop technology of processes linked to health that can be incorporated by the Brazilian health systems. We have clinical trials and trials phase 1 and 2. It can be new drugs, it can be bio drugs. So we have those 4 pillars within the health system that this bank tries to foster together with Embrapi. They went to us because we have these characteristics. It's an agile model. We can be agile and very speedy to meet the needs of the companies. And we have a network of excellent brains that will accelerate this process of innovation, open innovation, with cooperation. Our partnership with SEBRAE. If you know a small company or a startup, or you are entrepreneurs and you have technological challenges and you want to co-invest in our model, we always have a company that also puts the hand in their wallets, in their pockets. It can be a small company, but you have to bet. The partnership with SEBRAE is like that. Let's suppose that the company talks to one of our units. The Embrapi unit says that the project will cost 300,000 reais. Our average ticket, the average value is $1.5 million reais. And the duration is 18 months. So it's research and development. In small companies, the ticket will drop. Embrapi can cover in small companies the half, 150,000. So we still miss 150. So we put more 50,000. It's part of the costs the company also covers, but we still miss 100,000. The company should pay that in our model. In the case of small companies, what is our partnership with SEBRAE? SEBRAE pays with non-reimbursable resources. SEBRAE will pay 70% of this part that the company had to pay 100,000. Now they are going to pay 30,000. So the small company is able to make a project with Embrapi 10% with the total value. This is a leverage. That is real leverage. Sometimes it's 15, sometimes 18% or 20, but it's leveraging. Do you know any model like that? The company puts R$1 and the partners put another R$9. That is no bidding process and nothing else. Yet another model has to do with health, with artificial intelligence and technology of information, IT. It's a model that thinks about the future of our competitiveness in Brazil. It's a partnership with the Ministry of Technology. We have 8 centers that's going to develop competencies, brains in Brazil in strategic areas. Here on the, we are talking about advanced therapies. We have given credentials in the hospital in São Paulo, Albert Einstein. We have a partnership with the Ministry of Health, with Embrapi. We have this strategy. We can work having this competence in Brazil in advanced therapies. This is quite new. It's been only a year that we are working with that. And this adds up to the other units of Embrapi. They have all those centers They have a modeling with 4 pillars. They have to create competencies in Brazil. They have to qualify and retain talents. So companies can be partners of any of the competency centers. It can be quantum technologies, AI, CAG. This is already happening. We are anticipating the future and positioning Brazil in those areas, creating competencies in the country, being partners with other companies so that we can generate results for the Brazilian economy. Companies that are associated with us can have the benefit that their researchers can go to a center of ours and receive knowledge of what is being researched there. And our researchers can go to the industry, to the company. So we have a valuable circle for the center itself and for our partners. So we are able to retain our talents. All the centers have to work with startups, generate spin-offs. We must have international cooperation with the best institutions of the area, and all the centers must have a technological association. That's the opportunity of the companies. Just to wrap up, I'll give you some examples of our model and how it happens. This is an IFA project based on vegetable or plant biomass in CDPEM, in Campinas, with laboratory ASHE, with anti-cancer therapies based on biomass. We have another company, Neuroprotection, the study of herbal medication for degenerative diseases. We are talking about neuroprotectors for serious diseases like Alzheimer and others. Some of the projects are ongoing. Some have been concluded. It can be a startup or a company, a startup from Santarém in Pará. A researcher went to us and developed this project with Embrapa and BNDES. This is another project. Our target drugs for the treatment of heart diseases and liver diseases. Another one in the green chemistry center, Flora, with partnerships for a better world. We want to domesticate jaborandi and the production of pilocarpina for glaucoma. We know the properties of this plant. Central Flora is a great company that works with us in several projects. This is a project with FK in proteins, to diagnostic tests of serum in Rio. And it's very common to have cooperative projects. We must have a company involved in our projects, but the company can bring partners. It can be a provider, a client that is a potential client. It depends. We have projects with 31 companies in one and only project, even in companies that compete amongst each other. We are talking about research and development in the pre-competition phase. Why not being together? You are still in the lab. How the company is going to give the solution, deliver the solution to the marketplace is something else. But they can dilute the cost in the beginning. Partnering with other companies, this is very common. We have more than 200 projects that are cooperations. This is a pre- and post-biotic to control the skin. It's an Embrapa unit in Unifesp. This is M Pharma in the Physics Institute in São Paulo. It's products of phytopharmacs to the treatment of skin cancer and microbiologic control. So you have the logo of Sebrae there. It's a small company that has this benefit and develops relevant technologies together with us. I'm almost finished. This is K1. It's not related to drugs, but it's in the health area. So AI is the technology. The 2,700 companies, AI is the most important technology in our projects. This is a startup from Minas Gerais that works with us in the University of Minas Gerais, and they are doing a modeling for ICUs. They use machine learning and AI to help the medical team to follow up the evolution of the patients that are in the ICU and what should they do with the patients so they don't have a negative outcome. Those are our contacts. Health is a relevant area for us. You have lots of opportunities because NBRAP has partnerships with different associations. This week we signed an agreement of Simus Pharmacos. We were in São Paulo, enlarging our cooperation with them so that pharmacochemistry companies can come to us. We have several projects already with different pharmacological industries, but the potential is humongous to broaden our capacity of information. We are available with the leadership of the Ministry of Health. We can widen our capacity and the potential of our country. We are at your disposal. Thank you again for inviting me, and you can count on us.
Obrigada, Dr. José.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation. I'd like to remind everybody that our seminar is being carried out here and also online. So could you stay here so that the camera we are using for the YouTube transmission can see you better? Okay. Now we have the second presentation for the National Institute of Science and Technology in the health area and innovation about biodiversity in the semi-arid of Brazil. Professor Luiz Alberto Lima Soares from the Institute of Science and Technology from the health area, researcher of the Federal University of Pernambuco. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation for coming here. And we know that one of the challenges to put together these activities are human resources. So today I'll speak about ICIBS, which is our National Institute of Science and Technology. It was created with the idea of solving the demand of the health industrial complex. We launched this in 2022. So we are adopting this idea of the economic and industrial complex in the area of health. Professor José Lamartine is the coordinator. I'm the vice coordinator. This is a proposal to meet the demand from this area of health. Our focus is on demands or challenges in the Northeast region. Although we also have a group of 100 people, 100 researchers in this area. In the northeast of Brazil, we have more than 20 institutions. This network is broader because they bring together big corporations. So we have international institutions and other colleagues that work in the north region. Although we are focused on the northeast environment, we act in a national and global level. The objective was to create this ecosystem for our technological development, promoting the interaction with health and the industry in the area of the northeast of Brazil. We have divided this proposal in three main axes. One, I am the coordinator of that one for inputs and actives for health. Number two, coordinated by Dr. Santos from Biomedical Engineering. He works with the artificial intelligence, computers, and medical devices. It's related to the production of drugs. That is the third axis. On the first one, we have the most relevant challenges for inputs and other actives for health, like the IFAs, which are the active pharmaceutical ingredient, biological ingredients, markers for IFAVs, technology, metabolomic, safety, efficacy, bio input, polymers, and of course support for these programs of herbal medicine through the living pharmacies. This initiative was established in major programs, divided in the Impacta program that is related to biotechnology, ANGA 2, and technological platforms for precision and health, artificial intelligence, intelligence systems, and Capacita, which is related to education and training for the industrial complex in health. We have a pharmaceutical pole in the northeast of Brazil. Impacta is what we are going to talk about. This was a strategy for us to promote bioeconomy through innovation applied to health. The strategy is based on development, looking for bio inputs and bioactives with a sustainable tool, and this is to measure the impact of those initiatives in the territory. Of course, promoting socio-economic, environmental, and climate well-being, promoting agro-industry through associations and cooperatives, and using the new industrial policy of Brazil policy, basically for the northeast of Brazil. So the idea here is to go from functional food, supplements, agricultural defensives, drugs, and the recognition of biodiversity. You all know how complex this industry of drugs is. So the strategy is to find the best in that territory, and after those characteristics, develop processes and products that may strengthen the economy of the area. Then we have Impacta Caatinga. Caatinga is an area in the northeast that is neglected suffers from some desertification processes. So we need to pay attention to this area. From this, we have a project with Sudene, and then we have the impact bioeconomy, because they suggested to enlarge this project so that we could reach the semi-arid area and the Cerrado area in the Northeast. So it involves the university, and there are other initiatives of that university. This is from Sudene. This was published to celebrate the Cerrado Day, showing the focus of Sudene. The project that used the University of Pernambuco and Univasf was coordinated by me. These are some strategies. We want to use the residues of the productive chains like the imbu and wild passion fruit and pitanga, which is another fruit that is very interesting in this area, and melon, São Caetano melon. Also, the approaches of regulatory challenges. In the same direction, we cooperate to form agricultural defensive and also trying to deepen our knowledge of these chains that are quite unique. We have found non-successful experiences due to the difficulty of adapting methodologies from other areas to this area of the Caatinga. So the question is, what can we work in terms of encouragement for bioeconomy? There are different strategies in the literature that end up devastating the environment, or the bioactive products that we find in this area of the Northeast, because they act in a very aggressive way, and this may result in an economic improvement. Some value is generated, but the impact on the land is negative. We were in this area, in the semi-arid. We found this cooperative, who is quite well organized in Bahia state, in the inlands of Bahia. The cooperatives are very well organized. So the production they have there is based on family agriculture, and we are using the interaction with this cooperative, Coppercuque, to develop a model that can be replicated in the same state of Bahia and the other Northeast states. We went there, we visit the people from the Sudene, the researchers, and I will give you some examples of the studies we are developing. This is one example. This fruit called umbuzeiro. We use the residue of this plant. The cooperative produces all these products. It's a very profitable cooperation. We have food stuff and a very famous beer, the umbu beer. And this production generates some residues like the pulp. 70% of the fruit is pulp. And the pip of the fruit is also important. They produce 100,000 tons of umbu every year. So 10% of this year are pips, and these cause a reasonable impact. And it's being the object of some biddings, because it's difficult to reuse this material. So this cooperative, Coppercuque, can produce up to 200 tons of this product, and this would add up to 200 tons of seeds, raw or boiled, that are not used in other processes. So we use this residue for some pharmaceutical interest or food interest even. So we treat the seeds of this fruit. We evaluated some activities, situation of this product. We developed some systems, and part of this, we evaluated also the feasibility of developing adhesives or films that could be used as bio paints or an emo gel from the oil or rubber. People use this taken from the trees and exudates from trees. So this is a strategy to generate alternative income for the peasants. These systems presented some stability, and we continue on studying the possibility of creating this chain for this product. Besides, we also have some food stuff like cookies and biscuits that were developed. They have 700 times more fiber than any other integral biscuit that we find in the market. And the residue of this process can also be worked to the production of briquettes of fertilizer. Briquettes is important because the Caatinga area is one of the main sources of wood in the semi-arid area. So there's still some aggression to the environment, and with these bricks, we present an alternative for this aggression to the environment. All other initiatives are articulated by agro-industrialization, productive processes, technology transfer, and we also have quality control, human resources, regulation support, encouraging the use of apiculture that have disappeared. The bees have disappeared in this area, and this is an alert. We also use the agro-forest systems like the agro-Caatinga, and with that, we are able to mitigate the impact of climate changes through regenerative agriculture and carbon capture. There are many studies pointing to the capacity of Caatinga to rescue carbon. It's a very important capacity, and this is a model that is very complex and very interesting. Caatinga is a very resilient environment, but it's difficult to recover. So the desertification process has started. It called our attention. Once you remove the vegetable coverage, it will be difficult to rebuild it. So we are encouraging the population and the community, local communities, to recognize the value of those bioactives to avoid this desertification process. So the strategy to develop products goes from characterization of raw material. You have discussed this, development of extract with optimization, control, inputs that are intermediate processes that can be used to dry those stratum, and then partition of this stratum. This is an example, a complete one, then a partitioned one, to obtain an active product in the end. Then these products are going to be evaluated, and in terms of activities and safety, and then consider possibility of developing a product based on those inputs. This would be other products, other stratum, quantified and qualified stratum. These are very rare, and this is an indication that we have an active molecule, and many colleagues go on to separate and purify this molecule to obtain a herbal medicine type of product. After that, we go for technological development stage.
tecnologia fitofarmacêutica.
based on herbs. And finally, in our university, we develop herbal monographies for the Brazilian study of medicinal plants. This is an important step, the use of this raw material. And then we have some challenges, the clinical trials. For instance, another species that is being studied is the so-called Caatinga passion fruit. We have other collaborators like these professors, Magda and Larissa Rolim, from our universities. They have worked with other species like this here, Pitanga, Acerola, and São Caetano melon. And they study monographies for momentums and formulary and other challenges to develop this product. In terms of multifunctional peptides, we cooperate with Professor Mateus from this university, UFRN. He's a biologist and he works with peptides of the scorpion venom. Through this venom, they obtain those peptides. Then you evaluate the activities. Some of those peptides have antimicrobial activities. They go from safety trials to be used as agricultural defensive. Then we also explore the properties of larvicide and repellent activities to face the crisis of dengue fever, for instance, and chikungunya and Zika that come from these mosquitoes. In terms of value chain, this has been interesting because, as I said, we have to find out the peculiarities of these actives. So traditional communities tell us about they deal with those local communities and how they live their lives every day in that traditional community. They have another rhythm of living and working. They have a different way of relate to work that is different from what those companies are used to. So there's a gap, or there is a discrepancy of the relationship with the activities in the area, which may come as a lack of success. So Professor Leandro from University and ZL from the law area have been studying these communities, how they get organized, how do they behave in their work, and they present the necessary legal frameworks. There's a document from FAO that talks about the principles of sustainable bioeconomy, how to invest in human resources, technologies, maintaining the indigenous population, research and development programs, the way of life of these people, and the structuring of urban spaces that allow the development of societies that are compatible with the environment, assuring the ecological bioeconomy. As to regulatory frameworks, there are some important points about bioeconomy. We are talking about biotechnology and bioecology. But another issue is bioresources. So we have investments that try to develop new raw material based on plants to replace fossil raw material. This is a very important crisis vis-a-vis the climate problems. So we are concerned about biofuel, biorefineries, generation of energy that have an impact on the soil. So this is a different legal framework for biotechnology. we are more concerned about regulations of research and development, and in bioecology, we have to value the social biodiversity, the extractivist production, sustainable use of forest and other systems. So this is the approach vis-à-vis the regulatory frameworks, and each area is different. So this group is surveying how does this chain work based on our demand. This is a preliminary map they put together. Those brown, orange spots are the areas where bioeconomy or economy depends on the production of firewood and wood in general. So they use this area to produce energy. So this will be a huge challenge to change this economic matrix. But we have here the areas mapped related to the plants, acerola, maracujá, and pitanga. So we identify this macrostructures, then we'll be able to have the best proposal, identifying the possibilities to improve those rules and regulations. Train these people, local people, to identify business opportunities, and then show these technological trajectories that may change the reality of the area. Finally, I will introduce this other cooperative called Coates from the area of Pernambuco, close to Recife, and they have already been working for more than 20 years. They have more than 33 municipalities, and now they are working very hard on the production of honey. And they are concluding the construction of a bio plant that is solidary innovation. The aim is to produce food stuff based on honey and propolis. This is the beginning. And more recently, they have started also to work in terms of a nursery of native species to reforest the areas that have been degraded. And this raw material will be part of this chain to allow the development and the production of products that are of interest in terms of drugs and also cosmetic area. Well, all those initiatives depend on energy. This project is financed by Sudene, but we have the support of CNPq and the Ministry of Science and Technology. And we count on the cooperation of these cooperatives like Copercuc and COAF. That's my presentation. Here we have a QR code for our area. We have other initiatives, and I'm available for any clarification. Thank you.
Parabéns pela palestra.
Congratulations on your presentation, and thank you very much. We are going to start now our third session. That is the bioprospecting in the São Francisco Valley. We have Jackson Silva Dalmeia, professor of the Federal University of the São Francisco University, and he coordinates the research of medicinal plants on this university. You are welcome, Professor. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be here, Dr. Glauco, Mayara, Thank you very much for your effort to bring me here. I am a professor of the Federal University of the San Francisco Valley, and I'm going to show part of the work we have been doing, both in bioprospecting and the pharmacological and chemical study using experimental models in lab animals, because that's the basis that we need to do the clinical trials so that someday we can develop drugs. We are localized here in the San Francisco Valley. It's called the sub-medium area. We have Juazeiro in Bahia on one side. In the middle, we have the Ilha do Fogo. On the right, you have Petrolina, that is called the Brazilian California. It's the land of what is impossible. So we have more than 400,000 people living there. It's an important area for health, technology, and education. It's the third biggest city in the state of Pernambuco. And that's the building of our university. That is a space of art, science, and culture. We have exhibitions, we have science fairs. So this area belongs to Univasp, localized in a privileged area of our city. This region is known all over the world for the production and exportation of grape. 95% of the grapes that Brazil exports come from the San Francisco Valley. So it moves more than $100 million. That is more than 500 million reais in this area. So we also have a region that is well known for its wine production. So in Pernambuco, we have the city of Lagoa Grande with 7 areas that produce wine. Rio Sol produces one of the best wines in the world. They have awards all over the world. In Bahia, we have the municipality of Casa Nova that also has the production of Moscatel wine, and most of the production is exported. So it's a region that we should get to know our wine, and we should go there and drink some wine near the San Francisco River. This is the entrance of our university that is in 3 states, Pernambuco, Bahia, and Piauí. We have a campus in the Capivara Serra, in the ecological sites. This is our headquarters in Petrolina, the rectory. We have a theater and a cinema. We have a study center for health. Most of the labs are there. Here we have a polyclinic. We are negotiating its growth so that we can have clinical trials taking place there. We are doing pre-clinical studies and non-clinical ones. So we have a university hospital developing different projects, and the university is changing the San Francisco Valley with the development of research and development in the area. We have been there for 20 years with different areas of research: engineering, social sciences, art, culture, and mainly in the vocation of the San Francisco Valley, that is the irrigated fruit cultivation. We have zootechnology course and also veterinary. But we have been studying medicinal plants mainly. I coordinate this nucleus of research for medicinal plants. So we study those plants in our biome. That is a Brazilian biome, exclusively Brazilian, and we have to deal every day with this transition. On the left It's a photograph from the campus of agricultural science. This was taken in September. And on the right, it's the same place during the month of January, 2 weeks after the rains start. At this time, we had a drought period, and the rain started later on. Usually they start at the end of October, beginning of November. But at that time, it started raining in January and February. But when the rain starts with 2 weeks of rain, the landscape totally changes. And we work with the chemistry of natural products. So we evaluate the plant during the drought period and the rain period. And we do the correlation with the chemistry composition of the pharmacological activities in the essential oils, the stratum, and the substances that we can isolate. So we have a change, a total change in the landscape. We work with all those species that you see on the screen. The passiflora also, it's one of our studies. As a lab, we study chemistry with strata and essential oils. We use chromatographic methods, classical ones and modern ones, to analyze the chemistry of the plants. We characterize the structure using several techniques. We use gas chromatography and mass spectrometry to analyze the chemical composition of the essential oils, and we evaluate the bioactivity. Models of pain, inflammation, and some disturbances in the central nervous system. We work with other professors. Professor Cláudia Pessoa is one of our partners in the lab. Professor Eduardo Lira to evaluate the other activities. Professor Rita Menezes in Piauí that evaluates other activities. So we have different partners all over Brazil in the universities of the Northeast, and they strengthen our cooperation. As our focus is the development of photoprotectors, as we are in a region that is sunny the whole year round, we focus the development of solar protection. And besides this activity, we have also the antioxidant activity using classical models. We also want to do the correlation between the antioxidant activity with other compounds. And we have assays in vivo. We have models of the disturbance of the nervous central system, models of anxiety, depression, anticonvulsive activities, using the classical models that we see in the scientific literatures. Our main area is pain and inflammation. We use experimental models in animals. And to come to the action mechanism, we use the pharmacological antagonism and blocking enzymes, antagonists of receptors, and also the study of dark molecular, so that we see in silico what we see in vivo in the experimental model. As we focus in pharmacodynamics, we have to be the nearest possible of the action mechanism so that we can suggest this pharmacological activity. Those are the equipment we have installed at CAFMA. That is our central site of analysis. It was approved by FINEP in 2011. The lab was implemented in 2012. We have two HTLCs. We have infrared. We can use the technique of ATR that help us a lot in the quality control of these plant drugs. We have the ultraviolet to evaluate the photoprotecting activity, and we have an MRI, a nuclear MRI, that is installed of 500 megahertz. And I would like to highlight the fact that this analytical center can be used by anyone. It's available to you. If you want to collaborate with our research group and our institution, we have the equipment and we are at your disposal. Recently, the final result came last week. The bidding from ProInfa to expand, we approved this project to implement the Northeast Center for bioprospecting. We are going to integrate all the work that is developed by CAFMA with LAFEX, that is coordinated by Professor Souza Silva, that works with pharmacology, developing different models. So those 7 million that we approved of this project, we are going to acquire an LCMS that is going to upgrade our research. And we have still 2 pieces of equipment for pharmacology that will allow to increment what Professor Fabricio already does. So we have a central biotheory that furnishes us the mice and the rats that we use in our labs. We evaluate toxicity. We have a major partner that is on CISAL, located in Maceió. We have approved the project, and we bought several pieces of equipment so that they can work with toxicity, acute, subacute toxicity, chronic one, subchronic one. We can do that in 2 universities. For those studies in toxicity, we evaluate hematological parameters, biochemical parameters, microscopic and microscopic analysis of the animals. And when we do that, we have different pieces of equipment for the pharmacological activity. We have bought those pieces of equipment in the last 17 years. And these projects were financed by FASEP and FINEP. From everything that I've shown you, we have part of the equipment in our labs. And what do we work with? We have some species of passiflora, the wild passion fruit, Passiflora cetacea lata, and this is the main subject in our lab. We work with researchers from Embrapa since 2017, and also with Copper Cook. With this plant, Passiflora cincinata, we've been working with this variable developed by Embrapa. They call DRS Sertão Forte. It's a genetic variability that is more resistant to drought periods. So that we work with the native plant and the more genetically modified one, so that we can see the variation in the chemical composition. We have the Caatinga passion fruit within this network. And this is a plant that is very much used in the production of foodstuffs. We have marmalade from passion fruit, and we have also beer. And in my opinion, this is an excellent beer, one of the best in the world. It's as good as the Belgian ones. But it's a very much used plant in popular medicine. They make tea from the leaves to treat cough, hypertension, colds, inflammation, and anxiety, and as a passiflora. It has this indication as an anxiolytic, and we investigated the pharmacological activities. We use the fruit. Let's see what we have done with the fruit. The pulp of the fruit is used for the marmalade of the passion fruit, the jam, and the project is huge. The productivity of passion fruit, 1 hectare of land produces 9 tons of passion fruit, the fruit itself. So when they use the pulp, 1 fruit accumulates. It's not used, and based on that, we want to reuse it, give a new destiny to this pulp. Most of the times it is considered residue from agro-industry. So the pulp is used as foodstuff. So we took the bark of the wild passion fruit, and we also use other species of passion fruit that produce some kind of powder, this powder that can be a supplement for the treatment of dyslipidemia. So we see that the powder, the flower of passion fruit is good for controlling HDL and others. Besides dyslipidemia, it can be used like a supplement to help the treatment of diabetes. So we want to add value to this flower, developing the bark and adding this technological implement, because we have some products already, but they use the flower, mix it with the food, and we want to add this technology to pharmacology. The seeds, we want also to develop it as a source of fibers and proteins. There is a company that buys those seeds to develop some products, mostly perfume. We work with the leaves. We have a partnership with the Federal University of Goiás and also a cosmetic company. We prepared the stratum of Passiflora cincinata with a cosmetic formula, and we developed a photo protection for sunblocks with 30 of protection. We reduced in 50% the concentration of chemical filters, and when we incorporate the stratum of Passiflora cincinata, we still have the FDS minimum of 30. That's what the dermatologists recommend. We are still working with the leaves. The main objective is to evaluate its pharmacological activity so that someday we can have a herbal medicine with this plant that is typical from the scrub forest, the Caatinga. So this project is developed with ACNOS, the Federal of University of Goiás, and recently people from ADCOS is working with Passiflora cincinata and incarnata with the photoprotection action. When we compare one with the other, there is an increment in the factor of sunblock, and with this formula, we want to launch our first product next year as part of this project that is being financed by Sudene. We are in the cosmetology area, but in the future, whenever you walk, you start with the first step, and perhaps we can have in the future a herbal medication with this plant. So Passiflora incarnata and Passiflora incarnata can affect the central nervous system. Perhaps we can associate both species in a formula and have a herbal medicine for insomnia and anxiety. We have some results. My time is almost up. We evaluated the activities of our plants. We have several articles in the literature. We analyzed the chemical compositions. We have 5 main types. And we analyzed the bands from the UV spectrum and the wavelengths. All the peaks are characteristic of the presence of flavonoids, vitexina, vidostexina, and the other pharmacos that you can see on the screen are the typical markers of Passiflora. We studied the chemical composition, the antioxidant activity. We characterized the compounds in stratum from different parts, from the bark of the fruit, the leaves, the flowers. We analyzed HTLC coupled to mass spectrometry. We noted 14 compounds derivated with the flavonoids, 14 substances that were identified. We evaluated the hypolipidemic potential, and we work with studies of toxicity, acute and subacute pain from the flower that was obtained from the fruit. So we saw the potential of this flower. We identified some chemical constituents with mass spectrometry. We evaluated organic compounds and inorganic compounds, the level of pectin, the level of fiber. If we compare with this product sold by Farmanguinhos Amazonia, they develop a product that is also known as wild passion fruit from the Amazon, and we saw that our product is very similar to this one that is already in the market. So this encourages us to work with a company so that we can launch our product in the market in the future. We used infrared using ATR to differentiate the different passifloras. We developed methodologies to use that in the quality control of the raw material. This is the infrared spectrums, the characteristic bands of the presence of different strata. And we see that there are flavonoids in these plants that we have studied. Recently, we have developed a methodology using MRI of hydrogen to have a profile of primary and secondary metabolites. And we analyzed to differentiate the different passifloras. Here, in the region of 6 to 9 ppms, we have a concentration of peaks here of signals in the region of sugars and enolic compounds. When we apply the unidimensional and biodimensional analysis of RMM, we identify fatty acids, sugars, and flavonoids mainly. Like I'm mentioning. And this is trigonelline. It's a small molecule that is present in all our studies. And This molecule is found in the culture of coffee, and we associate the presence of this molecule as a factor of resistance to drought periods. We worked with bromeliaceae that we find in the Caatinga region, the scrub forest, and we have the secondary metabolites. We studied the composition of Passiflora cincinata, strong, and the chemical composition is similar to flavonoids. Here is another method for HTLC-DAD to validate this method to quantify the flavonoids. If we think about quality control, this is very important. We use a centrifuge to isolate the flavonoids. That can be an analytical standard for the validation studies. And now we've been working with Passiflora cincinata with a method of RMN. We extract those compounds, and the stratum using this was the best solvent. We analyzed and identified primary and secondary metabolites, alkaloids, and flavonoids in our results. We have studies of mass spectrometry to analyze the chemistry composition of the flavonoids. We use this model, and there is a sedative activity for these flavonoids. When you use the antagonist, we use fluazenil. The effect was reversed. So we have the GABA receptors in the sedative effect of the plant. We evaluate the anxiolytic activity. We use fluomazenil as the antagonist. And we evaluate the antidepressant activity. We use fluoxetine. We use TCPA that inhibits the synthesis of serotonin, and the effect of both were reversed. So there is a participation of these receptors of serotonin in the antidepressant effect of this stratum of Passiflora cincinata. In the marketplace, we have different products obtained with Passiflora, but it's Passiflora incarnata. Our aim is to go forward with these studies, working with Passiflora cincinata or associating both incarnata and cincinata so that we can develop medications. When we review the patents, we have products of Passiflora who's using in vivo. We have more than 1,000 patents. Only 23 of those showed in vivo studies with this Passiflora. And the main one is, once again, Passiflora incarnata. And that shows the potential for Passiflora cincinata. Another project is Licuri, CIBS coronata. We have a professor that coordinates the nucleus of bioprospecting in the Caatinga. We want to show the cosmetic potential and the pharmaceutical potential of this plant. We have 3 events. The project is financed by the Ministry of Science and Technology. We want to show the potential to develop this productive chain of Licuri. That is a plant that's very much used in the Northeast. We have a partnership with Copis in Bahia, with Copper Cookie, and we want to show that besides the application in the area of foodstuffs. These plants can be used in the cosmetic area, but mainly in the medical area. As a result of this work with Licuri, two students of mine that now are partners, we created this startup, Opara Natural Products. Opara was the name the Indian populations gave to the São Francisco River. So we created this startup. São Francisco is known as the river of the national integration. We have the financing to use this line of capillary oils to hydrate your hair and restore your hair. Those products are being commercialized, and that's the first product of our startup, Opara. We have a second bidding. We are going to launch an odontological line. We are going to have toothpaste and others for buccal treatment. We start with cosmetics, but we want to go on to medication. I would like to talk for 2 minutes more. This is to take home message. In 2011, I went to the Minas Congress of Pharmacology. When I was preparing my presentation, I entered the internet and I put herbal plants or herbal medicine. And we have an article that was published in the newspaper Folha de São Paulo that says that Brazil doesn't generate $5 billion per year with herbal medicine because we are not able to transform our flora in medications like France does and Germany does too. And they have much less flora than we do. 14 years have gone by, and I don't think things have changed. They said in the article that the only product in the Brazilian flora that was developed totally in Brazil was Acheflan. The market of herbal medicine was around $44 billion, and Brazil could participate with $5 billion in this market share. But in this article, it says Brazil only studies and publishes and nothing happens. The article said that at that time we had 420 plant herbal medicine registered at Anvisa, but only 10 of those plants were Brazilian plants. Axé plant that was developed totally in Brazil. I believe that 14 years later, very few things have changed. If you want to discover herbal medicine based on plants, we have to take care. We have to take care of our biodiversity. In Rio, on TV, you say there are fires here and everywhere. In the Northeast, besides the heat, that for us is 35, 40 degrees Celsius, so fire is everywhere. In the semi-arid, we are suffering from fires and also desertification. When we have this process, this means that the land is not going to be productive anymore to produce food. The population grows, we are not able to produce food, and we burn the vegetation. So biodiversity is going to die, and we won't be able to produce herbal medications. So the time is now. We have changed the government. There's lots of investment in FNDCP and BRAPIC. So it's high time something is done. We have to get together and have a national program of bioprospecting. And I'm very much concerned about that. Climate change, global warming, that's the theme of the event. And the first region of arid climate that has been recently discovered is in Bahia and Pernambuco. In Juazeiro, we already have an arid region, but recently this report has highlighted this region in the municipality of Paulo Afonso. Is the first arid region in Brazil. Some species that Macambira de flecha, we have worked with this plant in the lab. There are several flavonoids. It is an anti-inflammatory plant. Our next focus is going to be to collect this plant so that we can see the effect of the climate change in the chemical composition of these plants. The region is growing, and to wrap up, I would like to thank the organizing committee and our financing agencies that are all on the screen. And I invite you all to come and visit the São Francisco Valley, Juazeiro, Petrolina, so that you can see for yourselves our natural beauties and our food, and get to know a major university that is working very hard to be great. This is my contact, and thank you for your attention. I'm available for any clarifying that you might need.
Obrigada, professor. Parabéns pela palestra. Agora a gente vai dar...
Thank you very much. We will start our debate. José Menezes, Luiz Alberto, and Jackson, please.
Vem aqui, professor. Eu vou deixar para cá. Alguém pode ceder um microfone para os palestrantes? Quem? Da onde? Tá, pode chegar.
Depois eu boto no lugar.
Eu entrego isso para lá, então. Então, gente, está aberto, tá?
So, we are open for questions. Anyone from the audience?
Microfone, fica a critério de você, tá bom?
Good morning. I'm Cláudia Pessoa from the Ceará Federal University. Congratulations for the 3 presentations. Jackson, we are really impressed by everything you were able to develop. As you shown, the classical phytochemistry and the complexity of the pharmacological studies. And now, as a researcher and an entrepreneur, if no one comes to you, how can you be the entrepreneur? What is the difficulty for a major company go to Petrolina and see your work? How can you go beyond what you're doing so that it gains in scale? And I have a question also for the presenter from Embrapi. José Nunes.
Venezia. Eu queria ter maior
I'd
entendimento.
like to understand
Programa Embrapi, mas
better
ainda não me é claro. Existe diferença entre
if there is a
centro
difference
Embrapi
between
e
Embrapi
unidade
Center
Embrapi?
and Embrapi
Queria ter uma
Unit.
melhor compreensão. O que é
Can
ser
you
uma
explain
unidade?
that? What does it mean to be a
Know-how
unit?
e uma
Where you have the infrastructure and the know-how.
A UFC tem
Our
biotério de
university has
excelência.
an excellent biotherapy,
Biotérios públicos
one of
que
the
tem
best
certificação
public
internacional.
ones that has an international certification.
Dentro da cadeia de desenvolvimento de fármacos. Como
So,
poder dar esse avanço
how
como
can you
unidade
advance
disponível, dentro do processo?
to become a unit in your
Começar
process?
aqui. A primeira pergunta foi para mim. Eu
Well,
acho que esses
I
eventos
would
eles
like to
são
start.
importantes
Well, those
demais, né?
events are
Pra
very
gente
important
divulgar o trabalho, divulgar a pesquisa
for
que é
us
feita
to
e a gente
disseminate
pensar no
our
próximo passo.
research.
Então, por exemplo, hoje eu
And
estava
think
comentando
about the
ontem, eu
next
senti
step.
falta aqui no evento de pessoas
I was saying yesterday,
né,
I don't
pessoas
see
das
many people
indústrias
from the
que pudessem
industry
ver
in
essas
this event.
apresentações e a gente puder interagir.
I miss
na hora do
that.
Café, ó, vamos fazer uma parceria, né? Mesmo assim, a gente tem os núcleos de inovação
Even though we have the nucleus of innovations in our university, we are just starting to look for companies that may be interested so that we can present a portfolio of products or technologies that can be developed to see if they are interested.
Visão aqui, o que é que falta para o próximo passo?
To answer your question, what do we miss?
Estudo de farmacodinâmica.
We talk about pharmacodynamic study, but we need to do pharmacokinetic studies. We don't do that in our lab yet. So we are looking for a partner because we see that the plant, like maracujá, the passion fruit, is very rich in flavonoids. But there are studies that show that the biological activity that those plants have, the effect is not of the flavonoid itself, but rather the metabolites after they are metabolized or biotransformed. So we have to study that. We also have to develop a formulation. It's going to be a pill, a solution. What? So that's where Professor Luis Soares would come in, and we will talk to him and try to establish this partnership. What we lack also are clinical studies. This plant is not traditionally used. It's like a popular medicine only. So we need clinical studies to have a product in the market further down the line. I think we lack everything. We lack universities, companies, government. If you want to have a drug, we have to do that. I say that we have to work with the doctors to make them aware of those herbal drugs or herbal medicines, the popular use, because if we think about drugs, we need a doctor to prescribe. If you don't have it, the industry is not interested in producing them. So that's the chain, the productive chain that we have to develop to put those herbal medicine in the market. Well, thank you for your question. We are talking about networks, about connecting all the players, academia and companies. If you don't know, I saw that there is a need to promote those connections. I would like to mention, for those who don't know, that there is an excellent portal for bioeconomy in Brazil. It's called bioeconomyportal.com. This is promoted by Senai in Rio de Janeiro. We have a unit of ours, Embrapi, here in Rio de Janeiro. Then you have more than 500 infrastructures, more than 600 researchers. It's very good, I recommend. If you have Spotify, put Café com Bioeconomia. They have a chat every week. They've been doing this for 3 years. It's very good to listen to the podcasts. And it's related to what we are talking here about innovation, drugs, medication. To answer your question, Embrapa units are this platform to face technological challenges of companies, co-investment. The competency centers of Embrapa is something new. It's a recent model that we launched together with the Ministry of Science and Technology for competency centers in the area of communication, hardware, technology of information, and together with the Ministry of Health for advanced therapies. This is a robust model. Each one of those 9 centers will receive millions of reais to invest in studies in that strategic area in our centers, competency centers at Embrapa. It comes before the units. So we are talking about brains, basically, and open innovation, startups, partnerships with companies to develop research. So this comes before the units. You're talking about TRL 3 is like a proof of concept. We have to establish a condition in Brazil. In terms of the research center that you mentioned, now and then Embrapa opens positions to certify other units of Embrapa. This depends on our partners and the ministries, like the Ministry of Health. They can tell us, I want you to be able to receive more 2 or 3 units in this or that area. Then the ministry gives us money so that we can accredit other research centers. But this depends on the political industry, the industrial policies, of the government. It depends on the ministries, or like a bank, like BNDES. We have like one every year, sometimes more, so that we can accredit new centers. When we publish that, then we invite everybody who is interested in enroll and try to get this accreditation process. Thank you for your question. First of all, I want to congratulate all the exhibitions. I'd like to ask José Menezes a question. Do you validate these TRL levels of the project? How do you do it? What is the metric you use? Well, all Embrapa projects, more than 2,000 that I mentioned, the company has the technological challenge. They knock on our door. I think you can help me. Can we talk? The Embrapa unit will talk to the company to understand all the details. What does they need? What do the company need? And the unit, our unit, can only meet TRL 3, which is the proof of concept. We can't do basic research. We are talking about applied research together with the industry. This evaluation is done in a case-by-case basis. We have a norm in Embrapa stating what do we think is TLR from 1 to 9 and where our units act. So we follow that. But we know that this metric simplifies. We use it for all segments, but we know it's different. The level of maturity is different, depending on the area you are working with. So we evaluate case by case and we have then them put them in TRL. It can start in 3 and finish in 5 or 7. It is evaluated by our research center that is accredited by Embrapi.
Oi, bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
Parabenizo a organização do evento pela mesa.
Congratulations on this event. I'm Leite Ferreira from Vital Brazil Institute. I'd like to ask Dr. Jackson about
Ao fotoprotetor,
the photo protection using Passiflora. Where are you in terms of the patent? Have you been registered at Anvisa? And what is the government interest in putting this product for people who work, in the endemic situation, people who work in the streets under the sun, and they have to have a sunblock protection somehow? Well, thank you for your question. When we did this work, this was a thesis from last year, a student of ours at our university, and she works at Senai, in Goiânia. And she developed this project to launch the product in the market. They work together with that company I mentioned, Acimos. We just had a meeting, and we saw that the formulation that was developed at the time, if we were to have a product today with the ingredients we have, it would be a little bit more expensive. So they changed the formulation. And the patent was filed last Friday. 8 days today. So they took the stratum of Passiflora cincinata and they joined with the Passiflora incarnata. There's a change in the Anvisa legislation vis-a-vis stability tests. So everything we did before, we'll have to redo. We studied in vivo to determine the protection factor. Everything has to be redone. We imagine that the product could be launched this year, by the end of the year, but since we have to redo all the tests, our forecast now is for the second half of 2025. But since we have this partnership with the company, we believe that now we will get the product to the market because the pharmaceutical company says they love the project because it involves cooperative, family agriculture. That's what we want to develop, family agriculture, so that the producers have a source of income. So we believe in the second half of next year, the product will be in the market. Yeah, thank you. Before I give everybody the possibility of some final comments, is there more questions? We still have time. Okay, so I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Camila Rizingi from the Strategic Study Center of Fiocruz. I'll give you the microphone for your final words. Well, to conclude, I'd like to thank once more Dr. Glauco and Mayara for the invitation. Thank you for this opportunity. Last week, I celebrated 20 years as a professor at the university. I was graduated in pharmacy, then I have a master's degree and a PhD, so it's been more than 30 years that I'm doing that, studying plants from the Northeast and from the Caatinga environment. We have been studied more than 40 plants in our lab, chemical, pharmacology. But I think now we are in a new moment. I think we are closer to deliver a result, a good thing for society. So we are participating in INCT. This involves different researchers, more than 100 researchers with expertise in different areas. The bottleneck now, today, is to develop a pharmaceutical formula, also the regulation issues, chemical studies. So I think we can put it all together in one group of people. And with INCT, we will be able to deliver a product very soon. Thank you for the support of Sudene, who has been betting in our project. And also Professor Lamartine, Professor Mônica Soares, for their support to our institution. Our university has a tradition in research. Our pharmacology course is well established. The other university also, Univasp. So we are very happy to participate in this project. Yeah, well, I agree with what Professor Jackson just said. The Fiocruz team, Dr. Glauco, Mayara, and I just want to call your attention to 2 points. The strategy to develop products. We have to understand what TRLs are. We have an example of RedesFito Brazil, who adapted this, and it is already in the bid, call for bid at FINEP. And yesterday, it was mentioned, the PDU program from the Ministry of Health that presents some advantages of like accelerating the registration process and prioritizing the acquiring of the technology. So if you participate in this project, PDU, it will be easier for you to have a contract up to 10 years. So strategies are coming. Yesterday, we heard the effort of the Ministry of Health to create those call for bid so that we can advance in all areas of health and close this gap of technology in the phytotherapeutic or herbal medicine area. Thank you. Yes, the PDU and the PDP, this is a history of the strategy that the Ministry of Health has. We thank for the continuous investment in our model at Embrapi so that we can support the companies and their technological challenges. Thank you, Dr. Glauco and Mayara. Congratulations on the event. Embrapi is available. Go to our website. I'm available also to connect you with the research centers accordingly. And we are together, pro-innovation and pro-biodiversity. Thank you very much. Let me say something. Lucas, we have a beer from Umbu for Dr. Glauco, and I'd like to give it to him right now. From the plant that I showed, Umbu plant. They made a beer out of it.
Oh, a gente vai ter que tomar golinho.
uma reivindicação a fazer. E Maíra suba isso porque não tem uma representante feminina nessa mesa. Eu sabia muito que você vai ficar dessa forma.
Também achei que... Essa cerveja aí é muito pequenininha para todo mundo. Aí. Muito bem, galera. Acabou. Gente, eu queria que vocês...
Retornar,
Please,
por favor,
can you come back?
para que eu possa dar continuidade só mais um pouquinho para a gente ir para o intervalo.
Bom, eu gostaria de chamar agora aqui o
I'd like to call Professor Eric Ruth to talk about an initiative of the university where he works. Welcome, Professor.
This will not take you a long time. It's just a couple of minutes. So I have been working with an organization called Intelligence in Science, who is led by Declan Kirain, and it's organizing a science summit at the United Nations General Assembly. I had the privilege to know Dr. Glauco de Cruz Villaboas at this event. So that's how we learn to know each other. And one of the initiatives we thought on taking this year, on the 30th of September, is to create a European, Latin American, Caribbean platform. So this is a new initiative. There is an African-European platform, and we want to make a similar platform for Latin America and the Caribbean area. So you're very welcome to participate. If you want to participate, please contact me or send me an email, and I will add you on to the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, professor. Parabéns. Antes da gente encerrar, eu gostaria de dar um bom dia, né, para os nossos alunos do curso.
I would like to say good morning to our students who are following us via the internet. Students and professors, we are here working, and I'd like to remind you that we have an open call for bid for the new classes of 2025. You can go to the platform of Fiocruz. We are going to have a coffee break, and we are going to be back. We are running.
Dando prosseguimento,
Now we are going to resume our international seminar. We are going to start session number 4, the new regulatory framework. We have an introduction, that is the need of new regulatory framework for biodiversity drugs is a must. We hope that the policies of science, technology, and innovation emphasize the dissemination of technologies, adding value to the products and the local processes of learning. To do that, we need a change in the institutional level and the organization of the Brazilian state so that we can create and also put into practice new instruments of management, fostering and financing, and also to establish a new regulatory framework. This regulatory framework should make the distinction between herbal medicine and biodiversity. Besides that, so that this becomes reality, we need a debate about a new criterion for intellectual property based on Creative Commons. And we expect that once it's adopted, it will guarantee the innovation of this cooperative and not the privatization of the knowledge of biodiversity. So the application for patents would happen later on. And the aim is to put products in the marketplace. I'm going to invite our first speaker, the relationship between the Nagoya Protocol and biodiversity drugs. She represents the Department of Genetic Heritage in the MMA. Welcome, Anna. Good morning. I am Ana Luisa Assis. I work in the Department of Genetic Heritage Department. And I'm going to talk a bit about the relationship between the Nagoya Protocol and the biodiversity drugs. First, I would like to thank CIBS and Professor Glauco for inviting me to be here. I've been talking to different people, and we have had different and interesting conversations. And this seminar is very bold, thinking about future scenarios, and we have to maintain this utopia. And we have to maintain our radar on. And we need a new model of economic development. And we propose transformation and innovation so that we can use the potential of our biodiversity. And I think that all those issues, all those landmarks are very important. Now, talking about regulation, I'm going to talk about the legislation of access and benefits sharing in Brazil. This legislation has been around since the year 2000, and it's to implement the Convention of '92 of biological diversity. And those are the definitions of law 13.123, talking about genetic heritage. And we include that the substances that come from the metabolization of live beings. The convention is very wide. It talks about genetic resources. When it comes to Brazil, the Brazilian Constitution talked about genetic heritage. So it's a broad vision, not only concrete and potential resources, but all of a heritage, a legacy of biological diversity. Not only genetic sequences, but secondary metabolites and other substances involved in this metabolism are also included in the definition of genetic heritage. We are talking about also the traditional knowledge that are the practices of traditional communities and indigenous people, and the direct and indirect use of this heritage. The access to genetic heritage is research and development that is done in the samples of genetic heritage. So the whole activity of research, even the basic one and the revision of the bibliography, is considered access to genetic heritage according to Brazilian law. What about research? Research is done on the genetic heritage, and the aim is to produce new knowledge via a systematic way that generates hypotheses and interprets whatever is observed. It's a very broad definition of research and of technological development. Is a systematic work on the genetic heritage or the traditional knowledge based on what we have obtained by research and practical experience to develop new materials, improve new processes. When we talk about technological development, thinking about the sharing of benefits, the definition is very broad about technological development. And there is the definition of access to the traditional knowledge. That is the research done over the traditional knowledge associated to the genetic heritage. And it facilitates the access to genetic heritage. It can be inventory, films, articles, records, and other ways that you can record those knowledges. When we talk about traditional knowledge, we are talking to the access in the area of research or technological development that facilitates the access to genetic heritage. Even if you didn't go to an indigenous area or you didn't go to a community of traditional knowledge or family agriculture. I think it's important to say that because many of the researchers who are here know about the tools that we use within this policy. So CIBS, the electronic system of the management of genetic heritage, is one of the tools. All the research that is conducted with genetic heritage and the traditional knowledge have to be recorded in this electronic system. The system is used both for research and development. It's used by the academic world and the industry that uses the Brazilian biodiversity. It's a system that is very much used. We have many records registered there. And as to the access to genetic heritage, the circuit is that you have research in all levels of research and technological development are recorded at CIBS. If it's a new product, a new process, a patent, all the results need to be notified. And from the moment you have the notification, this product can be placed in the marketplace. It can be explored economically. And part of the resources of this economic exploration goes back to the activities of conserving biodiversity, to foster research and to the maintenance of biological collections. And you can share the benefits either in a monetary fashion or a non-monetary way, through agreements of sharing benefits with communities or research institutes. If we are talking about the access to the traditional knowledge, besides the circle I described about the recording your research in the CIBS, before that, there is the fact that you must have an informed consent, a previous one. If you're going to start a new research, a new product, a new process, a new use of something that leads to the access to traditional knowledge, before anything you do, before starting the process, you need to talk and discuss with the peoples and the communities who own, between quotations, this knowledge. So you tell them about your research and ask them if they agree that their knowledge is going to be used this way. So it's a previous and informed consent. So this step is not being done correctly. We are talking about drugs and biodiversity. When we talk about drugs in the Brazilian biodiversity, many times the ideas of new drugs start with knowledge that in the literature are said to be popular knowledge, but sometimes they are traditional knowledges. So we have the whole history of colonization, of silencing these people, of erasing some actors. We have tried to change that. We want to be more just and fair in treating these peoples. And this must be reflected in the records of CIBS. As an executive secretariat, sometimes we look at the records and we say, it's very low, the number of records that recognize the fact that we are using traditional knowledge. Brazilian society has to change this situation and have a deeper dialogue with these peoples, mainly those done by public institutions. But this should be done by everybody, so that we have the informed and previous consent. And this consent could be done with any of the communities, any of the peoples that own the knowledge. So when you read the law and the decree 8772 that regulates this legislation, you can clarify any doubts. If you're talking about research in the traditional knowledge, you need this previous consent. Once the consent is given, you need to record this research at CIBS. You have to notify if there is a product delivered, and the benefit sharing is different. It is done via an agreement with the community that detains the knowledge, so that we can share the benefits. And there is also 0.5% of the net profit of the product that goes to a national fund of benefit sharing. And this fund then is a fund of financial in its nature. It was created by the 2015 law. And in 2018-19, there was a public bidding or public call for the federal institutions that could manage those financial resources of this fund. BNDES was hired since 2019 to do that. As of 2020, we started this national fund of benefit sharing started receiving the money of the companies that already have a product in the marketplace, and also the resources of 0.5% of the accesses of the traditional knowledges. And those are mandatory. The money is mandatory to go to this fund. Since 2020, this fund receives the resources. It is managed by a board committee with 8 people are member of the board from the government. The presidency is of the Ministry of the Environment. We have people who participate from other ministries of economics, of agriculture, science and technology, FUNAI and IFAM. So we have the institutions that are part of the managerial committee, and we are thinking about benefit sharing. Different from CIGEN, this fund only looks at benefit sharing. So they protect those who are to be beneficiary of those actions. When we talk about civil society, the 8 representatives of this board adopt this same policy. We have 2 representatives from indigenous people, 2 representatives from the National Congress of Traditional Peoples, 2 representatives from the Council of Family Agriculture, 1 representative from food safety, and 1 representative that is indicated by the Brazilian Society for the Progress of Science, who is more academic. So those are the 8 members of this fund. If you have any doubts, you can go to the site, the website of this fund. The resources are around 9,300,000 in terms of money. All the resources in the fund come from benefit sharing from the companies that explore economically the Brazilian biodiversity with products in the marketplace, and the revenues that come from these products. So we have 1 million reais per year, 1 million, 1,600,000, depending on the year. And it follows the Selic rate. If we think about everybody who talked before me, we know that this is a very small amount vis-à-vis the work we must do in terms of conservation and mitigation of the threats to the genetic heritage, all the work to safeguard and protect the traditional knowledge. This amount is very small. We receive other revenues via donations, contributions from the users of the genetic heritage and the traditional knowledge. We can receive budgets from others. We can have partnerships, international ones, but we haven't received these monies yet. And what about these resources? Where do they go? The resources that are in this fund are for the National Program of Benefit Sharing. This is defined on Article 33 of the law. I have put some of them here to foster research and technological development, training of human resources, to conserve genetic heritage. We have to conserve wild plants, ex situ collections, in situ and ex situ conservation, plans of management for sustainable development in traditional communities. You can look at the law to understand it better, how the resources are used. The last year, the managing committee approved a bid notice to give these resources for the people and traditional communities that protect the traditional knowledges. And it is ready to be launched this year. There are other actions that have to do with the access to genetic heritage and the fund. When we talked about estimation of biodiversity drugs and the Brazilian scenario, I have to say that we don't use your whole potential, our whole potential. People talked about $1 trillion of biodiversity drugs as a whole. Brazil has 20% of the world biodiversity. Would we say that we have 200 billion in the market of biodiversity drugs from the Brazilian biodiversity? If we have that, why doesn't this reflect in the fund? We should have at least R$1 billion. If we do the maths, and we only have 9 million. So it's very far from what we need and from our potential. And the potential of the Brazilian biodiversity is even greater than this number. So Brazil doesn't participate in the pharmaceutical world market as we conserve the biodiversity. The pharmaceutical world market does not share the benefits that come from the Brazilian biodiversity in a just and fair way, as it should be. According to the Nagoya Protocol, Brazil doesn't receive the resources that come from its biodiversity, and the potential of the sustainable use of the Brazilian biodiversity is used. There are many gaps. We know there are gaps as to science, development, and even to make this system operational to share the benefits, and then we can change this picture. The Convention of Biological Diversity, the Nagoya Protocol in '92, it was very innovating because it explained the understanding of the countries, the member countries, that we had some countries that worked conserving their biological diversity. So conservation were happening in the global south. We have many centers of mega biodiversity in the global south, but the whole process of technological development and patent application happened in the so-called global north. Those data are about application for patents per year, so that we see the difference. Some things have changed. In '92, those are the main patent applications: US, Germany, UK, Canada, Australia. You can see the countries listed there. In 2012, there is a change. China is there too, in third place. And we're talking about 2022. China is the main actor in terms of number of patents. Those are applications per year. And we see the accumulation of those who detain the patents. We still have the countries of the global north being a biggest player than this graph of 2022. China is trying to bridge the gap. India also is applying for more patents, but Brazil is very far from being able to reach this ranking. We don't have the same logic, the same reasoning or mindset. And one of the issues of the Nagoya Protocol is that the Convention of Biological Diversity has three objectives: the conservation of the biological diversity, sustainable use of the same biodiversity, and sharing of benefits. Conservation, we have advanced in the instruments, in the tools, but the results, conservation is very bad. We still have many threats. We have to rethink that. The results of this convention reached some results, but they are not what we need. We are still in an emergency state vis-à-vis our biological diversity. The Nagoya Protocol is adopted for the benefit sharing. It has been adopted since 2012. Brazil was a leader in the negotiation for this protocol, but it was only ratified in the Brazilian National Congress last year. As of last year, we ratified the protocol. We are part of the Nagoya Protocol. We are there and we have a place in the discussions. And if we compare the Brazilian legislation and that of other countries, we are prepared to be part of this protocol because our legislation has been adapted to this same protocol. Under this point of view, having ratified this protocol last year, we are ready to receive the resources of the sharing of benefit from the other countries. So the fund, I was talking only about our internal market, the Brazilian companies that have their places in Brazil. As of last year, when we developed the new tools, we can receive monies from companies that consume the Brazilian biodiversity from the rest of the world. So we hope that this will bring more money so that we can invest in the conservation of our biodiversity and so on and so forth. And also in the area of science, technology, and innovation. When we talk about the medical characteristic, medicinal characteristic is not a characteristic of the plant, but is an indication of the potential use of the concrete use. Sometimes this use is based in history, in traditional knowledge. So we need to change the mindset of the researcher, of the industry, to recognize that, because our biodiversity, the number of indigenous peoples and traditional communities that have their traditional practices of medicine and health are important to conserve the biodiversity, and they have to be respected. I think this is an important change that we have to mention.
Então, falando pouco aí.
Glauco has make us think about the information systems and the databases. We have many databases from genetic heritage. In the Brazilian system, we have CBBR that was mentioned yesterday, and this platform, GBIF, and adaptations in other systems to receive these spreadsheets in this Darwin core format. So we know how to work with the biological data that are used all over the world and allow for interoperability of the data. When we talk about traditional knowledge associated, there's still a lot to do. The main thing is to think of the mechanisms of informed consent and participation. so that the traditional peoples who own this knowledge have power over them. They can say what is available, what is not available. So there are some discussions about that. Also, the sectorial chamber of the guardians are also discussing this. The Ministry of Sciences. There are many things that have still to be discussed. Yesterday, Glauco mentioned Creative Commons, who have some labels that allow us to say, well, this data can be used, but not for commercial use. This other information here cannot be modified later on. You can replicate it, but not change it, etc. Some say, yes, you can modify, you can replicate, and you can use in a free and open way. So there are some differences in terms of allowances, but they don't talk about traditional knowledge. There are other platforms. There's a system called FAIR. Some countries use this system. So we have to discuss this with the owners of the traditional knowledge, the traditional communities, the indigenous people, and family agricultural people. We're still far away from that to adopt this kind of database with traditional knowledge. Sometimes we believe, we think as if we are an encyclopedia. If I register everything, I won't lose it. But the way this traditional knowledge happen, because of their own nature, the best way to keep this knowledge safe in the long run is if it is alive. So we have to maintain those communities present, alive, without any threats to their territories. This is the best way to safeguard the traditional knowledge that's so important for our biodiversity. I'd like to mention also that in May 2024, we have a new treaty about intellectual property, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge. This was being discussed at WIPO for more than 20 years. Like any other instrument, there are pros and cons. But it is a very important instrument that I believe will change our point of view in terms of genetic resources and traditional knowledge in a patent system all over the world, including Brazil. I would like to mention this Article 3 of this treaty. It talks about origin designation. This is very important to us. After that treaty, the patent offices will have to ask what is the origin country of that genetic resource based on what you want to file a patent. So after that, you have to state this is a biodiversity issue from Brazil. It's also good for the associated traditional knowledge, so the patent offices will have to demand that information. Which country detains that traditional knowledge that served as a base to that patent? With this instrument, we want to increase transparency when we file for a patent. And it's also good to avoid granting patents in the wrong way. Throughout history, we see many things that were patented, but they are traditional knowledge of some people. There's no other inventive activity involved. So this treaty is to take that into account. And I think it's good for Brazil. It's different from the Biological Diversity Convention. WIPO has been treating this. We can follow closely when we are including these WIPO treaties. This is the ideal scenario, and I am happy that we are here together. But I think we should be careful not to run the risk of reproducing a very perverse and failure system where the biodiversity is underused, Brazilian raw material is underused and exploited. We talk about the brain drain, but that's because the researchers are here. They are being exploited. The indigenous people and traditional communities are seen as just those who extract the raw material, and that's not what we want. So we have to change as a society so that we can reach our desired scenario. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions.
Obrigada, parabéns. Agradecemos a Ana.
Thank you, Anna. Now I will invite to talk about the perspective of intellectual property in innovation for biodiversity. Ana Cláudia Dias from Progenéticos, Brazil. Welcome. Well, first I'd like to thank Glauco and Mayara for the invitation. It's always nice to talk about those issues that I love, patents and biodiversity. Well, let's try and show the perspective of what is good and what is bad about intellectual property. IP is a set of rights that will protect and give the holder the right to explore and commercialize. This is a right where you don't allow third parties to use, sell, or commercialize without the permission of the one who invented that. For pharmaceutical industry, the main asset we have are the patents. Yesterday and today we talked about it. So let's explain what happens in patents vis-a-vis biodiversity. Patent will grant exclusivity to the holders of the patent. It will encourage investments in research and development. This is also good and bad, because sometimes you increase or you lower the price if you have or don't have a patent, and if it was granted or not. It's an encouragement to innovation. It promotes an innovative environment looking for new therapeutic solutions. It's also a very good source of information. I always say that. I used to work with a scientific article. When you read a document of patents, you have more information, more accurate information. Not only about propaganda, not the Instagram of the molecule. There's also the bad part. So you can see what was right, what was wrong during that development. You can see alternative routes for producing that substance, that product. Sometimes it's better than some scientific articles that have a limitation in terms of number of pages, the cost to publish that. And there you can find the most recent information about any product. So when you read an article that was published, it's because the patent has been filed for a while. So it's the most recent source of information. It helps technological advance because this will generate investments and commercialization and partnerships. It also allows for selling innovative medication and enlarged therapeutic options. We have the biggest biodiversity in the world, so we can reduce our external dependency of inputs. People talk about it, and so this is our chance. We have the biggest biodiversity in the planet, but we do not explore it or invest very well. This is our chance to decrease this external dependency. We also have challenges and controversies. The balance between protection, guarantee of access, sometimes monopoly for 20 years, which is how long a patent lasts, increases the cost of treatment. And we have some biologicals that cost 60,000 reais one dose. When you release the patent, then this number comes down to 2. The monopoly of living organisms is also controversial. Here, we only grant patents for transgenic microorganisms. Other than that, it's not allowed. But we see vegetal stratums or animal stratum being granted by INPI. The rationale they have when they examine is developing, is evolving, but when this is a stratum that is not just a discovery, that has some application or some different behavior, different from the natural habitat, and it's not only a dilution, it can be patent, yes. This started, this rationale was starting when traditional Chinese medicine patents have been asked. One of the requirements for patent is that it has to be something new. Then I ask, traditional Chinese medicine is receiving patents, which is strange because it is a traditional medication. So it's like a two-way swords. But China, as we saw in the graph of Ana Luisa, China came to a point when they have a political movement of patenting to protect their own biodiversity and traditional knowledge. And they were quite happy in this strategy. They have a patent for everything, the root, the leaves, everything from a plant or an animal. And they are very nationalistic. They give value and they allow more possibilities for their own inventors compared to those from abroad. So the government is acting on that sense to protect their inventors and researchers. And we don't have that in Brazil. Intellectual property is now starting to advance in Brazil. And we see that Brazilian researchers are alone on that. So that's difficult. The patent language is complicated for the researcher who is there in the field, in the bench. That's how China protected her own traditional knowledge and biodiversity. India used the traditional knowledge databases. This is another way of doing it. And what are we doing? Almost nothing. We are not protecting at all our biodiversity. What we do is not enough when you compare to China.
Public health can also affect the availability of treatment, and this can affect the Brazilian health system because what we have in the health for the Brazilian people is done to treat and not to prevent diseases. And herbal medicine would work as a prevention tool, and the costs would be reduced. Other countries do that very well, and we haven't been doing that. And the role of biodiversity in the innovation for medications. It's a very good source of resources. We have a huge biodiversity. We have research and development. We have medications that are inspired by biodiversity. They will not have problems as to strativism and management. We have molecules that are inspired by natural molecules. This is also a discussion in the realm of CIBS, those molecules that are inspired, what is their place? We have a bigger therapeutic armamentarium, and they promote the value and the sustainable use of biodiversity. So you can discover new actives, you can adapt traditional medications, be inspired in traditional products that have been used for millennia, and also develop tailor-made therapies, personalized therapies. How do we preserve biodiversity? This is a must. We are talking about the sustainable use, but if you have nothing to use, it's going to be very difficult to use something. I was yesterday in Brasilia, and Brasilia is chaotic. Everything is dry. The horizon is in a sort of beige color, and the climate is horrible. So in Rio, we are feeling that now. So the impact of climate change is extreme, and we see solutions from the traditional communities for that. Those are millennial solutions. Some are used and are added to the protocols, like the burning, the fact that you manage the fire, the way you look at the weather forecast by looking at the trunk of the trees. There are solutions that have been around for centuries. And the Brazilian society, the civil society, leaves this population in a marginal way. So to preserve biodiversity is essential to find new medications respecting the local communities. You can generate positive social impacts developing these regions, and also valuing the traditional knowledge. Then we can preserve their culture and value the guardians of this knowledge. We can guarantee also the just access and share benefits. We have to develop strategic partnerships between companies and communities so that you can collaborate and make partnerships. Professor Emerson yesterday discussed the fact that the universities and the companies should work together. I've been working with that for 25 years, and I hear the same thing over and over again. No, there are professors who are entrepreneurs. There are professors who are here who have an open mind, and they think outside the box. They don't repeat everything. They say, the researchers should be in the lab. No, there are researchers that work in partnership. They develop products. They divide royalties and share them. So we have to change our mindset and say, it's difficult, it's difficult, it's difficult. Forget about that. To live in Brazil is difficult anyway. So we have to know what is the difficulty we want to face. And have to have the protection of intellectual property that can guarantee a reward to the innovators, to the inventors in the pharmaceutical area. I was talking to a group of pharmaceutical students in a university, and they didn't know many things about herbal medicine, about patents, I was opening their mind about that. We have to train the young people who are coming to the market so that they have a different mindset. They say, no, it's difficult. The lab is the place for us. No, we have to train people and open their minds because they are going to be here in 10 years' time. They are going to be producing the drugs in 10, 20 years. And the challenges are to identify those compounds, what is valuable, what is not, how do they work. We must study and test the therapeutic potential of them. When we're dealing with live matter, everything is more difficult. We have to synthesize and produce. Then intellectual property, in my opinion, is a source of knowledge for bioprospecting. And I'm talking not about monopoly or sales. I'm talking of bioprospecting, about bibliographical references. You have to read. Put the young people to read patents so that they understand what they're talking about, what they're doing at the bench. To bring legal safety or security. If you have your research protected by the law, then you feel more at ease. And you know that you are going to have investments. Traceability of the raw material, where they come from. The WIPO Treaty has to state the origin. Within a bank of patents, I have to identify what is Brazilian, what is not. I'm a biologist. And it's difficult to identify what is the real source of that species. And the treaty will demand that to be stated. And we must be aware of that. And we have to bring the intellectual protection of products and processes of the traditional knowledges that are associated. We have patents where the person says, I declare I did not have access to genetic heritage, but you read the report and they say, this species is native from the Atlantic forest and it's used by the traditional people. And then I say, well, that person didn't read what he wrote. He says he did not have access. And when he describes in the report, he talks about the community, how he accessed the knowledge. So it's sort of crazy, I would say. So they don't talk to one another. And this intellectual protection helps to value the owners of the traditional knowledge. We must have this just sharing of benefits and a sustainable use and the preservation of the genetic resources. All of that has to be done directly or indirectly by intellectual property. We have a basis of drugs from biodiversity and cosmetics. But as we are talking about drugs, these are the data from them. We have 1,500 patents that have been filed in INPI. 625 are being still examined. 468 have been finalized. The content is a public domain. And 376 have been granted. So they have been approved but not granted yet to the patent holder. So you look at that and you say, only 376 documents are good. No, that's not the answer. Everything is this pie chart. Everything is information, knowledge of research that has been carried out. If the patent was granted or not has to do with who wrote the patent, if you knew how to word it or not. It has to do if you did a previous research to know if there's something similar to that or not, and has to do with the Brazilian law that doesn't grant patent to live matter. So many times those patents that have been archived and not granted, someone is asking for a stratum without dilution. They are not asking for a different stratum. Sometimes they are dropped due to the Brazilian law, but the knowledge is good, the content is good, and can be a starting point for innovations. It can be an insight that the researcher hasn't had yet. That's why it's interesting. And you can filter that by the name, by the technological classification. So you have 1,000 ways of getting to this information. And this information is available. All those patents are available if you want to look at them. All those patents are important. And then we see those who are residents of the country or those who are not. In this case, all the statistics of the patents that you see, the resident is below the non-resident. If you look at the pharmaceutical industry as a whole, Brazil is a small flea as a patent filer. When you go to medications in the biodiversity, Brazil is ahead. It's a very little, but it's very good for us. We have lots of good stuff within that chart. And you see how we can develop. Some patents are partnerships with Brazilians and people from abroad and institutions from abroad. So we can go forward in this field. I have brought some examples of patents that were granted for national institutions that are very interesting. One is the Rabideia chica. A patent is for an anti-fungi compound. Another one is for nanoparticulates that use for healing medications. 3 of them are from Unicamp, and the 3 of them were granted. Those are the cover document. The cover of the document. Those are the inventors of the 2 patents, and the other group, we have Lauro Barata for the healing patent. Starkit Tarveta, it's a herbal medication for the treatment of vitiligo from Professor Emerson. Those 3 patents are from Ache Laboratory. At the time, Professor Emerson worked with them, with this lab. So those 3 patents are beautiful. If you like patents in the herbal medical area, I recommend you should read it. You have herbal medicine for the use of vitiligo. We don't have a treatment method in Brazil. So the way we have that is similar to the method that they use abroad, it's the use of the stratum or the molecule to produce the medication to treat this such and such disease that we call the Swiss formula. That's the demand we make here. They were able to have the 3 patents granted. This medication, when it comes to the market, it's going to be a revolution, and it's a radical transformation based on the Brazilian biodiversity. The tests for the patent are beautiful, and you see the capacity they have of reducing those spots that vitiligo disease causes. Vitiligo and children still suffer a lot. An emotional suffering, I would say, not only by vitiligo itself, but the fact that they have those white spots on their bodies. So this medication is going to revolutionize the market for this disease, and it comes from a Brazilian biodiversity, from a Brazilian company. Aroeira is the use of the bark of aroeira has to do with the gastric area of the body. the digestive tract. It's going to expire in 2030. All those patents are still in use. We have some from Immunomax from Herbarium that has been archived already. It was the very first. There was a struggle between Acheplan and Immunomax, which was the first one to be developed in Brazil 100%. Adisosperma falcifolio. We have the stratum that is standardized to treat malaria from the University of Minas. The University of Minas has brought very good stuff. The Federal University of Ceará also, we put in LinkedIn, they were granted 2 patents that were very interesting. In Ceará, they are very advanced in the area, and the patents that they have now are very good. When we talk about a company and a university, Aves Flora and the University of São Paulo. Copaífera, it's a process for matrix particles for renal diseases with matrix microparticles. Aves Flora also has a patent of the stratum of 5 propolis. They have some formulae of propolis for children with small drops, because children don't like propolis, so they have small drops in this medication where the taste explode on the tongue of children, and they like it a lot. So there are innovation ways that we can bring and gain a new public, a new market, like children. So that's what I had to do. 2 PhDs myself, Marcelo, that leads with cosmetics, and I'm in the area of medication. So we are available to you for any doubts you may have. Thank you.
Ana já pode ocupar a cadeirinha. A outra Ana, as Anas.
Let's have both Annas here on the stage for the debate.
A gente vai iniciar o debate.
A gente vai iniciar o debate com
We will start our debate with Ana Cláudia and Ana Luisa.
Boa tarde.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Tânia, and I work at Fiocruz in Minas Gerais. I want to ask Ana Luisa about access to genetic heritage and associated traditional knowledge. Of course, we want to acknowledge the traditional knowledge. It is important, and we are very proud of it. But I want to ask you, when you have, let's say, passiflora that was mentioned here, it's been used in traditional medicine as a tea. So how can I recognize which is the group that is the owner of that associated traditional knowledge? Because, you know, it's there for a long time. I have not consulted any specific group about the activity of that plant. The other question I have
Como que eu posso, uma vez que
is,
se eu sei que
if I know that a group of indigenous people from Amazon use that plant for that objective. For me to do a pharmacological chemical study of that plant and ask access to that knowledge, that genetic heritage, should I go there to the Amazon? There's another question yet. I think these are practical questions, and they affect us in the decision, do I study it or not? And I've been giving up studying because of my ignorance. And I confess I was tired or lazy in terms of asking for access in CIGEM. Now I have the courage again. What I think is missing when you ask for access, I think there is a connection missing between CIGEM and UCM Bio. I have to fill out many times, many forms to ask for access to the genetic heritage for collection and transportation. If we have an integrated system, this issue could be solved. I mean, I would enter the data only once, and then it would go to the right places. And I would like to make a suggestion. Perhaps we can think about this fund that you showed so that the financing agencies, when we are studying a plant, we could suggest that there is some money dedicated to this fund when we ask for the money. For instance, CNPq or FAPS would have an item saying that if I'm going to study Brazilian biodiversity, 1% or 0.5% of the project goes to that fund automatically, as we already do sometimes. Well, that's the questions I have for you. Thank you very much, both Annas, for your presentations.
Muito obrigada, Tânia.
Well, thank you, Tânia, for your questions and comments. I think the questions you raised, as you said, are quite common. Researchers that do not have direct contact with the indigenous people and traditional communities. I will answer you vis-à-vis the Brazilian legislation. And I will mention some possibilities, because at the end of the day, the arrangements depend on the institution, researchers, and the traditional communities themselves. In the case of the knowledges that are well known, there will be many traditional communities that own the same knowledge. The law says that there's the issue of origin, but the decree defines as origin of this knowledge any people or community that has that knowledge. So, if you ask informed consent and you get it from one of the millions or hundreds of peoples that have that knowledge, you are complying to the law. You're being ethical. Of course, we will have some knowledges. Although they are known, they are more specific and more characteristic for one or another community. Mayra always mention, for instance, I'm going to study guaraná. Guaraná is a plant that is already domesticated by the indigenous people, Sateré Maué. So it doesn't make sense that all the people use the same plant, guaraná. So it doesn't make sense to ask for the consent of other peoples other than the Sateré Maué indigenous people, because we know that historically they belong to this indigenous population. But Guaraná is important for many other populations. So you can ask you can do your request by asking any one of these communities. The second point is you ask if I know, according to the literature, that there is one certain community in the Amazon that uses a plant in a certain way, and this is the basis for your research, you have to contact this community.
É isso, né? Onde que eu sei, como que eu posso fazer? Quando a gente está falando
There are many questions about how to do it. When we're talking about research centers and university that are there in their geographical area, it's easier because there is this dialogue established today in the research institutions. We have people who validate at CIGEM. So these people are used to follow those processes, and they can help you, tell you who are the other researchers who had already done this previous consent with these indigenous populations. But our recommendation in CIGEM is that you take into contact with the sectorial chamber of guardians in CIGEM. Cristiane Julião Pancararu is the coordinator. She talked to us by video yesterday. For instance, in the case of indigenous people, you can talk to APIB, who is the Brazilian Articulation of Indigenous People from Brazil. Or in the Amazon, we talk to COIAB, who is the coordination of the indigenous organizations in the Amazon area. So there are those representatives, those entities that represent these people, and they can help you. You can contact them if you want. This is a way. And in our Department of Genetic Heritage and CIGEM, we can help you, guiding, and we've been doing this a lot. About interoperability of CIGEM and CISBio, we have started discussing this. I think there is a certain level of operability, but not at this level, at, just knowing the data you have already filled. We can include that suggestion as an improvement to CIGEM, to have an area in CIGEM that deals with that. They are being meetings, and they suggest improvements. I can give them your suggestion to them. I'd like to thank this idea that you have about the signature of projects, that part of it can go to the fund. This is an agenda that as the management center for genetic heritage, we can try and do that with the other institutions, the CNPq, etc. If it happened, it would be good, very good, and it makes sense. So thank you for your suggestion.
Pode? Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. I'm Valber Frutuoso. I'm a researcher, and I coordinate the institutional relationship at Fiocruz. Thank you for the two presentations, and congratulations for this seminar. I would like to ask Ana, who talked about patents. I have two questions. The first one, you talked about Swiss formulation. Can you explain that? One of the difficulties we have is I think what you said is an alternative for us to get out of this dilemma. When we understand the role of patents, I want to understand this because this is part of the production process of Brazilian science. I want to understand what are the alternatives we have vis-à-vis the natural products. It's very difficult. Tanya is here, and she asked. She almost gave up So it's an issue for all of us. I've decided to proceed. We've been successful. We'll be launching a product in 2 months' time, but I have to find alternative routes. We went to the veterinary area, so our product will be directed to the veterinary market. But it's difficult. You file for a patent, stratum is not allowed. How have you discussed about alternatives to bring to us? Because we work in that area and we can use intellectual property on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's very because what is patent and what is not patented is in the law. And the law says that you can't patent part of living beings. But in practice, it's not like that. In 2020-21, the patents were granted just for abroad. They were patented in Brazil and went abroad. And I was wondering, how is this happening? So I asked the coordinator at the time of the biotechnology area and asked her, I want to understand why you are granting patents. How should we protect our own biodiversity? I want to understand your rationale to explain to the researchers how we can take advantage of that to protect our biodiversity. We are seeing the train going forward, and we ask, what about us? We don't know how to protect. That's why they accuse us of not protecting. Basically, stratum, if it's not only dilution or only a discovery, that's in the guideline, can be patented. What helps this patenting? You conduct some tests that are easy ones for those who are at the bench. They are not complex. You don't need to get to the preclinic state or clinic state. It's a test to show the efficacy of that compound vis-a-vis what exists for that therapeutic indication. It doesn't need to be bigger or greater. It can be equal. If it is equal to synthetic, it's good. You can use the biodiversity. If it's not as good as the synthetic, okay, you are showing the efficacy of the product of that article. And many times, it's part of a living being. But what happens to that substance, to that compound, doesn't happen in nature. For instance, the patent of serum, of the horse serum that IBB got last year was granted. And we worked with this strategy. We said it is a natural product, but the horse itself is not curing COVID from a patient. So in the filing of the patent, we showed that the serum handled that way would bring benefits in the treatment of COVID. So you demonstrate that that natural substance is not acting as it exists in its natural habitat. When we talk about patenting parts of a living being, we have to understand that we're not doing what China does. This is the plant. I'm going to patent the leaf, the root. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what we are going to discuss next year. We are discussing the innovation based on biodiversity. It's part of a living being, yes, but there was an inventive work behind it. When we think about herbal medicine or any drug from a plant or an animal, we can protect it. In the past, we only thought about one compound where we had to put something so that it was not only the biological active. I worked with animal health, and I said, put vitamin or something. You start to invent some words for the formula to be able to protect it. And that's what I talked to the Brazilian Institute of Patents, the INPI, say we are being ridiculous. We are trying to cheat the system. No, the innovation is here. It's been proved, and it should be protected if it meets all the demands. It's a process, it's a stratum of a formula, and the Swiss formula was a path that was found for these patents that came from abroad, demanding several things, and amongst them, the method of treatment. We had many US patents with a method of treatment, and those demands would be dropped. Sometimes a patent that is totally from a treatment method would be denied and archived. This is not from Brazil, it came from abroad. It's the use of the compound X to the production of a drug for the treatment of disease Y. The way of wording the description is like that. So you use it like that. But if it is a patent only of a method of treatment where you describe this method and comes to Brazil and then it becomes a use, then you are not able to get the patent, because you need a descriptive report that is bigger, that covers the use and the treatment method. Because when it comes to Brazil, you have this demand of a Swiss formula, but the descriptive report is the basis for the demand. So you have the patent, everything is described as a treatment method, dosage, how to use it, and then it's dropped because you don't have the technical basis to sustain the use of that molecule. So it's interesting to say within the INPI, you see a search engine for the database. You enter and you do a login. As a person, you can do a quick login, and in the classification you put AB1K36. That is a technological classification for natural products for the human use or the animal use. And there you will be able to obtain a series of patents. And you can search only for granted patents. And you have the knowledge of how they were granted. Or you put the name of the species or the gender. I started working in this world like that. Who are getting patents? So because you can apply for a patent anywhere, but it doesn't mean it's good. But the ones that have been granted, you have to understand the reasoning behind that. For the patent of cannabis, now many of them are being granted. 5 years ago, all of them were dropped. At the time that we worked at Visa, analyzing patents, we had cannabis, sometimes of mushrooms, and they will be dropped because they were forbidden substances. Nowadays, they are being granted for products that derive from cannabis. So you have to pay attention to what is being granted. Every week at LinkedIn, we put what has been granted that week, what was the company, we give the number of the patent, so that people get to know what is happening. We are working with biodiversity, and we are being able to get the patents. I hope I have answered your question.
Hi, I'm Eric Ruth, and I'm going to ask a question about the informed consent. We work in Misiones in Argentina, which is close to Brazil, and we work with Guarani communities, and we have a program of interaction with the close communities to the Institute. So we bring them in, for instance, we bring them in a program to the Institute, and we learn them about science, and we go out and learn about their traditional knowledge. Now, you tell me that the informed consent can be given by any member of the community. That's what I understood. So the small amount of things I know about the Guarani community is that you have the chief. The chief agrees. Then what I know about Guarani communities is that they are spread out all over the place, and what is Mata Atlântica and in Paraguay, in Brazil, and Argentina. And they are independent units. So how do you get them to agree with what one chief signs? That's what do you have a special agreement in Brazil for all communities because you have the national fund and so on? That's, sorry.
Agradeço a pergunta.
Well, thank you for your question. It's a very important question. The Brazilian legislation recognizes the way of social organization of each of the traditional communities. In the case of the Guaranis, you have to respect their own social organization, how they get organized. So it will vary from each community. What I have answered Tanya before is that you could ask for the informed consent to any of the traditional communities that owns a knowledge. But when you choose one community to start the process of consent, you have to respect the way that organization is put together. I mean, this is supported by the Brazilian legislation. I don't know about the Guarani people to explain to you how that would work for them. But this is included in our legislation, yes. So once more, I want to thank. I put here my contact, and Glauco and Mayara know where to find me. So if you want to have more information, if you want us to talk to the students and researchers, we can do that. We can teach how to search for a patent, to teach them how to enter this world of patents and make them interested, you know. So I'm available. I'll be here this afternoon, and I can help you because this is a source of knowledge that we only get to know at a master's level when you know it. Sometimes we even don't. So this is a specific world, and I think it should open up to everybody. It's no use limiting knowledge. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to thank also once more Mayara and Glauco for the invitation, for this opportunity to be here talking to you. I've learned a lot here in Ana Cláudia, and I'm available. The Ministry of Environment, our Secretariat of Bioeconomy, our Secretariat, we are available if you have doubts. Thank you.
Obrigada mais uma vez,
Once more, thank you.
Terminar e encerrar a participação no YouTube. Eu lembro a quem está nos assistindo online.
If you are watching us online, now we will stop for lunch and we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
We will start in a few minutes. Because we are going to start in a few minutes. Bye.
Boa tarde, bem-vindo.
Come back to our seminar. Potential of innovating in the health area. It's important to define. Those are the drugs that come from the totality of genes, species, and ecosystems of a region. The state has a role in doing a regulatory framework and also to provide resources to implement those policies. Brazil should take a political decision to find its own pathway, adapting it cultural and historic reality, dealing with the challenges that come from our inequalities that are internal and international. And we have to face the challenges related to the social distribution of the benefits that come after development. So we think that biodiversity is central to formulate new development and innovation policies and the actions to be developed in the different Brazilian territories. We have eco-productive systems is our next talk. Jefferson Pereira Caldas, National Coordinator of the Fito Network of Farmanguinhos, Fiocruz. Welcome, Dr. Jefferson. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, Dr. Glauco and Mayara, for inviting me, and CIBS and Farmanguinhos for the chance of having this exchange of ideas with you. I'm going to present the importance of the eco-productive systems within the innovation of biodiversity drugs. I am a national coordinator of the Fito networks, and we want to articulate the local eco-productive systems. Brazil is one of the countries that has one of the biggest biodiversities in the planet. It's not only due to our 5 or 6 biomes, but also because of our social biodiversity. And the genetic knowledge and how they use it. This is also that can generate innovations in different regions. We have eco-productive systems that are innovative, and we try different interests involved, but we have to work that to harmonize the different interests and different conflicts to come to a common denominator, so that we have projects that will be more dynamic and have a regional development and return and the innovation in the traditional knowledge, not only in biodiversity. My objective is to talk about the cross-section in the innovation policy for the development of drugs. We want to understand synergy, not only as it can foster the economic and scientific knowledge, but promote biodiversity and also social biodiversity. What is an eco-productive system? It's a new way of developing the country in a sustainable way, finding a balance between the economic development and taking into consideration not only biodiversity, but promoting social biodiversity. Biodiversity is rich intrinsically, but it's not only that. We have to understand that there are communities that are involved in those biomes, and they are important and should be understood as a whole, as part of the biodiversity. In the eco-productive system, biodiversity should not be considered as an input only in a productive chain. We must have economic growth based on biodiversity, with biodiversity, working together to preserve not only the biology aspect, but also the social organizations and the traditional knowledge. In the development of new drugs, these systems open doors to create new drugs based on the natural resources in a responsible way, so that is sustainable and economically viable, thinking about the environment and the people. We believe in the eco-productive systems that are based on different regions, local models, not importing other systems to a local region. Of course, we can use the experience of other regions for you to develop your APL, but the richness of that area is because of the diversity each area has. So the Fito network, RedesFito, we have it spread all over the country. We connect the different areas of knowledge in the different areas of Brazil. Those are drugs from biodiversity. Those are pharmaceutical products that were developed based on biochemical and genetic products. And those drugs explore the richness, the genetic richness of nature to develop new therapies and treatments. Besides the molecules, we know that we have the issue of how the plants are going to be cultivated, how you extract also the strata from different plants that will generate different metabolites. So this should be taken into consideration for phytoproducts, not only drugs. Bioprospection is important in this context. This is a mandatory process in the search of new drugs, and we have to respect the traditional knowledge. We have to share the benefits and so on and so forth. And innovation, you have to work with innovation in biodiversity. So you want to transform a sector, introducing innovations that will alter the practices that we have. So biodiversity can revolutionize the treatment of diseases and offer other innovations. Besides the drugs, if we work within biodiversity, the concept of health, we have to maintain healthy, not only the biological and natural environment, but the human environment, promoting health, so that we will need less and less drugs. Of course, they should be researched, but our intention is to promote health so that we don't need so many drugs. We have to focus on healthcare. And within this concept, as the human population is getting older, herbal medicine and biodiversity drugs are very strong. You have to be taken care of. So you can use herbal medicine to take care of the elderly people. What about the Brazilian biodiversity? We are very rich in the Caatinga, the savanna, the pampas. The pampa is not very much talked about, but it is very rich. It's a biome that is almost extinguished due to the agribusiness in the south region of Brazil. So this biome should be remembered, and not many people talk about it. So it's an opportunity to promote new drugs and put Brazil as a global leader in the technology. You have to have other actions. It's not only the fact that you are rich in biodiversity, but you have to transform the biodiversity into actions to guarantee the sustainable use of those resources so that you can promote development. The structure of an eco-productive system is like that. It's important to have the preservation of the natural resources that must be used in a sustainable way. The agroecological and agroforest systems. The plants should be produced in these systems that are eco-productive. When you are near a community or a network of someone who wants to work with this concept of eco-production, you can't ignore those who don't use this system. We have to show them that if they use ecoforestation, you are going to be a better system. You will have a better system and better health for the system as a whole. It's not, you should not produce a drug where you're going to use agrotoxics for a monoculture. This is not the path to be taken. So we are not only going to the economic bias. And the community participation is mandatory. We defend that, the participation of the community, and we have to give them value. They participate not only as providers of information, of the practices and traditional knowledges. We work with indigenous people. They are not just a box full of knowledge to be absorbed by academia. They have knowledge that should be protected and made deepen and be more available so that the whole of the population can have this knowledge. Sometimes these traditional communities don't know how to defend their own traditional knowledge. The eco-productive systems, each one of them has its own reality because there is a capacity for resilience in each area. The Caatinga, although it's very resilient, has no capacity to regenerate or to be restored. So you have to work in an eco-productive way in the Caatinga, in the Mata Atlântica in another way. For instance, the Mata Atlântica here is different from the one in Paraná, with different characteristics that should be taken into consideration. It's important to have a circular economy. Jussara and Açaí and Licuri are very promising plants, but we have to think about how we are going to deal with the waste. In Pará, they have a problem, a serious problem, as to how to use açaí. Açaí is a commodity. The volume grew. They export it. And now we have solutions for that, how to throw away the bark and everything else that comes from açaí. And we have to think about this kind of situation. The technologies, sometimes we have the idea of a solution. For instance, electric cars, where the electric matrix is the burning of fossil fuels, like a thermoelectric unit. It's no advantage to have an electric car. In Brazil, it would be good because our matrix, energetic matrix, is renewable. So sometimes the ecological solutions are not such an advantage as we might think. The natural capital is very important. It's crucial for the eco-productive systems in the long run. So we can develop products and processes that minimize the negative impacts in the environment. So that's what's sustainable. We must have sustainable solutions that develop circular economies. So you bring the development to the area so people need not migrate from one region to the other due to lack of opportunity. They can maintain their way of life without having to move because they have no future in that region. Some public policies that we believe are important for the eco-productive systems. Fiscal incentives for the companies that are sustainable, programs of public financing for companies that invest in biodiversity. There are projects. We work with the ministries and also the city halls of small towns. For instance, there is the program of biodiversity in the Ministry of Integration. Is the financing for structuring projects so that you can develop productive chains linked to bioproducts and drugs from biodiversity. We also work with the Environment Ministry with a chain of sustainable development. We have some cooperatives that use this eco-production. Acoplan in São Paulo is an example of that. Another financing agency, public agency, that don't sustain the eco-productive system but can be part of this system are the pharmacies from the Ministry of Health. Sometimes we say that they are an alternative to this system. We can bring the discussion and tell people about the use of these drugs from biodiversity. So those financing exist, and we have to focus on innovation. Some of these programs focused on the productive chains, in the care, but in innovation, we think that we should have more financing for innovation. We also have different actors in public policies for those eco-productive systems. In the FITOS network, we have different stakeholders in a nucleus, and then we discuss it. We present each eco-productive system that should work in a horizontal way. The role of the state is to foster innovation and the use of biodiversity. The state should create an environment that protects biodiversity via policies and laws. We need more and more legislation that protects and also eliminates the red tape that we have in some situations. Financing for R&D, for biodiversity to create innovative products. We had some bidding notices from FINEP working with family agriculture. One of our areas in Rio Grande do Sul received money from FINEP, and due to their reality, they work with agribusiness, and they want to to develop phytodefensives or herbal defenses instead of using insecticides. We have to respect each area and their needs. The state of well-being, of environmental well-being, the concept of health, not only human beings, the animals and the plants should promote health in a synergic way. More and more, we need less drugs so that we don't think about medicalizating life. We have this view that we should maintain life at all costs. We have this concept of a unique kind of health, and this you have to preserve the environment and also introduce innovation and research for biodiversity. The economy of knowledge, to foster knowledge and innovation, we need scientific research and training of personnel. The challenges that we face to implement eco-productive systems, there is some excessive red tape. There are conflict of interests. You put at the same place industry, NGOs, producers, government agencies. We are going to generate conflicts, not only of interest, but also of languages. Each one speaks a different language. You have to balance that. It's difficult and it takes time to conquer the trust of the different stakeholders. Is difficult, and it's one of the main things that we have to do within the eco-productive systems. And we have to simplify the regulatory systems. I'm talking about presenting better the regulating processes for the lay population, the digital strategies for disseminating these ideas is very important. In our network, we have a program that was taking bid notices that came from the public area and bring the people who wrote those notices to explain the bid to the population so that they would have better proposals. And we have noticed that the agencies are writing better public notices and bids, and they have their own digital platforms with better proposals. Economic fostering of sustainable practices. You have to use the market of the universal health system and also what the government buys. We can use eco-productive systems. And we can, for instance, when you buy food for schools, there is a program in Brazil. We could use those mechanisms for free pharmacies. It's one thing else that you put for the people who are farmers. The importance of traditional knowledge, we want to reinforce this importance. We work with the Uniqui people in the state of Acre. And these indigenous people, they started to distillate essential oils. They have a project in a collective way with the Federation of the Uniqui people. And so it's important to bring this knowledge, but we are careful to explain why it is important to protect them and their knowledge, to explain the Federation of the Uniqui people the issue of patents so that they can safeguard their benefits and their own knowledge. Empowering and participation. We have to empower these communities so that they can develop and evolve and have more space and more power to defend their own interests within their communities and the fora. There is a forum for health, a forum for the industry. All those fora are important in the local eco-productive system. The local communities. Ethnobotanic is very important. We have to preserve and bring to light the traditional knowledge of these communities. The ethnobotanic knowledge is an important tool, and the discussion of environmental justice so that we can share these environmental risks among all the different populations. The importance of bioprospecting. There is different steps from that, and this systematic approach allows to use the biodiversity in a sustainable way. It's not only bioprospecting that does that alone, but it's an important process that we must know about. You can only preserve what you know, so you have to do this research to get to know better. The common properties. The shared use of natural resources, using foodstuffs to guarantee that the benefits of biodiversity are distributed in an equal way. We talk about fair commerce, equitable commerce. It's important for those communities. They have the knowledge and they produce vegetable or plant inputs, so they have to share the profits in a fair way. The whole chain should receive the money in an equal way. We have to guarantee that those nations can manage and be benefited by their biodiversity, so that they can conserve and be sustainable. The importance of patents and the issue of cisgen, biopiracy is a challenge. This is a major challenge to avoid biopiracy, the rights of intellectual property. We have international agreements that ensure that. So the protection must be regulated. Those systems must work within this perspective of protection. The impacts of the eco-productive systems generating revenue and jobs, creating new opportunities for jobs and for better revenues for the communities. And the revenue is associated to the issue of health. If you eat better and you take care of yourself better, you have better health. And then you generate a virtuous cycle. The potential for exports. We have a potential for exports to broaden our exports from biodiversity, strengthening our commercial balance. It's important to export, not in a brutal way. We must have a national development internally, herbal products with some level of benefits. So we are not only exports of raw material. The eco-productive systems have a capacity to promote endogenous development. Those systems are a major tool for development. Using this model, you base yourself in the respect for sustainable development, and you preserve the biomas, and doing that, you work with the benefits of the ecosystems within these eco-productive systems. This is very important. If we work with eco-productive systems, how do we get financing? They are rare, but it's important and should be taken into consideration. The training of personnel of the local communities. We have some problems all over the country. You receive equipment, pieces of equipment, but you don't train people to use the equipment. So we put it in biodiversity. In the Baiano Recôncavo, we were concerned about this issue. They received resources to work with cocoa, for cocoa butter. They received equipment, but when we were able to convince the community, it was not important only to buy equipment. They had to be trained on how to use that. And the training was done by a local technical school and the federal government, so that the equipment lasts longer and can generate their efficiency to its most. So the community is going to change from the level that they are in. Conservation is important. You have to make people aware of from the agroecological stage. Sometimes they are based on the traditional system of using agrotoxics.
I've talked about the green economy, the integration of systems, and these are the recommendations to strengthen public policies that encourage biodiversity and eco-productive systems, incentive to research, especially rich biomas like the Amazon, the Caatinga, the Pampas, and all the other biomas. How to integrate all those systems? What are the main obstacles to implement these systems in Brazil? How to guarantee the inclusion of the local communities? And to conclude, those eco-productive systems are a promising strategy, and they contribute to a more sustainable development. Brazil has a huge potential of becoming a leader in this area, provided the fact that they adopt the right policies and face the structural challenges. That's all. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Jefferson. Parabéns.
Thank you, Jefferson. Congratulations.
A gente vai fazer uma pequena inversão.
We will alter the order of presentations.
Uma palestra vai
So
ser...
now we'll have
Cleila. Vamos lá.
Cleila.
Convido para a próxima palestra, né, que seria
we will talk about bioeconomy and the industrial economic complex of health as a cross-sectional program. Cleila Guimarães Pimenta Bósio. She's the coordinator of bio-inputs of the Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon.
Eu gostaria de agradecer muito ao Glauco.
Thank you, Glauco and Mayara, for their kindness in inviting us to this seminar.
E o desenvolvimento sustentável. Estou com um desafio aqui, né?
My challenge is to talk about bioeconomy and the health area
Programas transversais do
as a cross-sectional programs of the government. I am the director of bioindustries
saúde, não como coordenador.
for health.
Tem pequeno errinho no anúncio, mas tudo bem. Vamos lá? Então, eu faço aqui. Encontrei já. Vamos ver se eu consigo dominar. Eu construí essa
I've put together this presentation considering transversality and convergency between bioeconomy and CIBS. There's a new industrial policy that is being discussed and executed and monitored, which is the new industry Brazil. This new industrial policy present different issues from those we were working before. We had one part focus on science and technology and foreign trade. Then we have a PDP focus on productive development. And then well, we had another policy, I don't remember the name. They did not contemplate this issue of sustainability as one of its components. So now this new policy brings it up, treat sustainability, taking into account the environment, society, economy, and bioeconomy. We are still building this policy. We formed a committee to elaborate this bioeconomy policy for the government. But there are other policies already ongoing, like the Lei Impacto, that tries to develop impact businesses. It's not only focused on profit, but rather that these businesses have a meaning to society. We have also the new policy focus on circular economy, and it all comes together to bioeconomy, which has been treated as the use of biological renewable resources in biotechnological processes to produce food, energy, materials, and value-added products. If you take the policy, the new industry Brazil, all those issues of the use of biological resources, biotechnological processes, is contemplated in this package of the Nova Indústria Brasil. The CIBS is the economic complex of health, and this is one of the missions of this new industry. This mission aims at bringing more sustainability to the universal health system, so that we are less vulnerable, like we saw during the pandemic of COVID. And they focus on the reduction of our dependency of importing ingredients, pharmaceutical ingredients, and increase the local production. So the idea here is to strengthen national production of inputs and medical equipment, considering that this policy has sectors related to the chemical part as well as biotechnological one. And the biotechnology is present in the development of biodrugs and vaccines. And medical devices depend on biological inputs and also on biotechnology. What I see in common with these two is development of drugs and therapies, the production of biomaterials and medical devices, nutrition and health. I believe that nutrition and health is included here because I think health as a whole, and we have to consider that those agro-industrial chains are important for food safety. So this convergence is important in this new industry policy. The goal we have for that mission of substituting our dependency is to increase the production in Brazil from 40 to 70% of the Brazilian needs of medical devices, vaccines, devices, etc., and other technologies in health. In the action plan of this policy, we see that we have financing focused on the green pharmacological inputs, advanced therapies. These include 3 types of therapy: gene therapy, cell therapy, and tissue bioengineering. Brazil dares to be at the state-of-the-art of technology to meet the needs of the unique health system, universal health system. This new policy includes some instruments to improve the business environment. We have seen in the newspapers that they've been discussing the tax reform. The health industry likes the tax independency. This means that when a public hospital or a philanthropic hospital buys some input for health, it's better for them to import rather than buy what is produced in Brazil, because they don't pay taxes when they import. So when the drugs or inputs come up from abroad, they don't pay taxes. But if they buy inside Brazil, they do pay taxes. That's a problem for us in terms of competitiveness. And the industry is present in this discussion about the tax reform. This is fundamental for our competitiveness. Reduction of the so-called Brazil cost. In our ministry, there's a secretariat that deals with the regulatory issues and competitiveness. One of the principles of this secretariat is to use analysis before putting forward a new norm. We have to evaluate how that norm will impact jobs, the environment, society as a whole, how this will have an impact. And also, another goal is to reduce the time for patents, as mentioned before. We want to reduce to 2 years. This is a huge challenge. Well, besides all those challenges, we see that in this scenario for producing herbal medicine and medicinal plants, there are some points that deserve attention. For instance, investment or lack of investment for the production of native medicinal plants. We have the production of herbal medicine in Brazil, but the inputs we use are mostly imported. So we don't know how to do a standardized production of our native plants. As Emerson has mentioned before, we need to have a minimum of homogeneity in the production of medicinal plants so that your herbal medicine has quality. So there's no technical assistance to help the producers. In the last government, we saw that there was a decrease in this area of technical assistance for the local producer. So this has to be seen carefully. How can we plant those plants and herbs and use them in a more safe way? We lack technology and infrastructure for a better processing and optimization of this production, and also quality control. The ministry has a program regarding that quality issue because this network has been degraded. So we need to review the norms and also our infrastructure to improve the quality of our products and have a more competitive market and less unfair market where everybody is fighting for a place in the market. When we have a product in the market that is competing for prices, this is kind of unfair competition. Considering this quality control, we in our department, we have to understand which structures we have to do quality control of herbal medicine. And there are very little. So we see the need to develop analytical methodologies for this quality control. Another point is the lack of personnel from the regulatory agencies like Anvisa. They don't have enough people to survey or to punish when they see causes of forgery or adulteration of those herbal medicine. Well, among all those challenges, we see the need to work the integration of knowledge, because we have a very rich flora in Brazil as well as fauna. Our policy in this area doesn't consider the fauna. And we saw how many things come from venom of animals like snakes and spiders and bees. There's a huge potential, and we don't look at that area of the fauna. I have never seen how this works. Unless we are talking about serum, but when you talk about other types of drugs, there's a vacuum, there's a gap. Also, the publications, the generation of knowledge is geared toward ethnobotanics. And this goes behind the development of the herbal medicine and medicinal plants. We have been studying the use by these communities and indigenous people, but the development of the product as a herbal medicine, that is a product that is sold, and it advertises that he is good for curing this or that disease. We have to improve that structure, and we need more investment for that. I like what Professor Glauco said about databases, and many other presentations talked about that. In this study that we did, most publications talk about ethnobotanics, and there are databases. There are many databases, but they are not integrated. They do not talk to each other. So we need an integrated national structure that this base is from Brazil and not from X, Y, or Z professor or institution, but that it belongs to Brazil. This is something I've been discussing in Brasilia, and we suggested to Jeff, which is the Global Environment Facility, and we did this suggestion, and we are waiting for the bank response. We see this as very important for us to accelerate the development of herbal medicine in Brazil. We speak very little about this rational and safe use in the health area. It's the doctor who decides what to prescribe. So it's no use having an industrial policy if we don't have these instructions when the doctors prescribe the drugs. They must trust herbal medicine, otherwise they won't prescribe it. As we heard yesterday, that the healer in an Indian tribe is a very important person to tell the group when and how to use the medicinal plant. For herbal medicine, it's the same. It's the doctor who prescribes and states when and how to use it. And there is a gap in the education of doctors here in Brazil. They are not used to knowing or prescribing medicinal plants or herbal medicine. The population in Brazil is getting older. Are we ready to prepare for this older population? For instance, if you consider palliative care, my father-in-law died this year, and he said, I don't want to stay in a hospital until I die. I don't want anybody sticking needles in me. I want to die at home. And I don't want to take drugs that will intoxicate me. So what type of care can you have for the aging population? They know they are coming to the end of their lives. So the only thing that is sure is that we all are going to die. But when the time comes, how to make this more comfortable for the person and the families. So I see this as very important and something that has to be discussed.
So in this sense, the importance of extending education is very important. You must use the herbal medicines in the correct way. You need proof of efficacy. Otherwise, no one is going to prescribe a medicine that can be toxic. And there is yet another issue. I know there are prescriptions in pharmacies, but sometimes they are side by side with chemical medications. So you may have adverse effects due to the fact that the doctor doesn't know that the patient is using both kinds of medicine. So we must be very careful when we prescribe them. It's not because it's natural, it's not going to harm you. It can do. There was a girl in Brazil who sniffed pepper, and she went to the ICU, and she hasn't recovered yet. It depends on the patient, and the doctor is going to know what is ideal for you. And we have to think about prevention and treatment. Not only treating, but we can use plants to prevent diseases. and to promote health. From my point of view, we have advanced a lot in the legislation, in the policies about herbal medicines. Today we have the policy. We have several herbal medicines in FENAMI. We have forms explaining how to use them. And there are bids to structure the live pharmacies. So there have been advances, but we still have many challenges ahead of us. The investment in research and to make the connection between the popular knowledge and scientific knowledge, and to prove efficacy and safety and high quality. Because it's not only an issue of sanitary vigilance, but you are defending the consumer. When you put an appeal in the label of a product saying that this product is going to do this and that, this must be true. You have to prove that this is true. It has to do with the consumer's code, and it's a right that we all have. And our goals are very bold, I would say, mainly in this new policy. And we need that everybody is involved. We have to support this idea so that Brazil gets there. Talking about overcoming problems, a study says that the market of bioeconomy moves around 2 trillion euros and 22 million jobs. And the expectation is that bioeconomy up to 2030 will answer for 2.7 of those countries. With our rich flora, our legal framework, and all the policies, we have an enormous potential. And I would like to see us going away from the potential and coming to real life. I'm tired about potential. I want to translate that into products. And industrial biotechnology has this capacity of transforming our flora and fauna into products and sustainable practices. That's my message. The convergence between health and bioeconomy presents opportunities for the development of new technologies, products, and services that will benefit both the economy, the environment, and society. But we have to foster the collaboration amongst all the areas and to explore this cross-sectorial idea. When we put all those goals together, we get somewhere. Academia, the public sector, the private sector, and the communities have to be part of that. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you and congratulations. Our next talk is going to be innovation in biodiversity drugs in the regional development. We have Adriana Mello, National Secretary of Regional Development in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Services. She couldn't be here, but she's in a video. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to represent our ministry in this important seminar promoted by Fiocruz. And I would like to thank you for inviting me. I'm going to talk about innovation and medicine in the regional development. This is a unique opportunity for the regional development and the Brazilian biomas due to the moment we are going through to value its industry policy, its regional development, and we should take this opportunity in our public policies. I'm going to talk about how the public policies in the ministry have tried to look at what we have in the biodiversity as the driving forces in the productive forces, and also to leverage the segment of producers that are in our main regions. It is a major asset. The strategic context the world is going through and that Brazil is going through, it's important to mention that with the expansion of India and China that demand lots of our commodities and have very specialized industries, this has generated a challenge to the Brazilian issues because we have to leverage our industrial park with innovation and sustainability, even if we know that there is a pressure that comes from the Asian countries, so that we can go on anchoring our economy in our agricultural and mineral commodities. This is a challenge on one hand, but we also see windows of opportunities that come from the economy of knowledge, where the regions that have assets linked to the technological and scientific knowledge, they end up by generating advantages vis-à-vis the other regions. Regions that have traditional industrial parks are losing their place because there is a need to anchor their production in basis of scientific knowledge that are a result of research, and also the traditional knowledge that comes from our ancestors, that is very much present in the regional policies that come from the traditional communities, the original peoples, the producers that are in those regions. So this creates windows of opportunities for our bioeconomy and the development of the assets that come from biodiversity, especially herbal medicines and functional foodstuffs that take advantage of what the biomas can offer as opportunity for the economic development. And we have the paradigm of sustainability. It's another opportunity that we are going through. The world doesn't accept development without sustainability. The products have more added value if they are sustainable. They have green economy and organic products in a production that is anchored in sustainability without degrading the environment and using the assets in their more genuine form. So this creates opportunities in renewable energies and also bioeconomy. In the north and northeast and the center west of Brazil, the biomas are incorporated in our analysis of regional areas and also in our criteria. And they are the starting point to analyze an area. It's interesting to look at Brazil, to look at the opportunities that we have and how our bioeconomy can be leveraged based on these opportunities so we can develop the regions. We are on the third version. It's a decree from the government that has been published at the beginning of this year. And the PNDR looks exactly at the regional issues of Brazil and how we can be able to anchor our development processes, having a more balanced network of cities, producing better commodities, and the regions that are losing the inhabitants due to economic problems, and also the convergence of a policy for development in a region that seeks to balance the development indicators amongst the different Brazilian regions. So we have to go back to the policies based on the regions. In this time in Brazil, this is favorable for developing innovation and bioeconomy and also herbal medicines. And it's also a favorable moment if the new Indústria Brasil, we are reactivating the industrial policy in Brazil, stimulating that economical and industrial areas that talk to the regions, and also the possibility of adding value in a genuinely national way for this chain of value. We have to develop regional contacts. Our tools of financing has to be customized to meet this demand. And SUS also demands a lot. The Brazilian health system uses its inputs. And there is an opportunity with the industrial policy. We can produce these inputs for the health system that demands a lot. And we can also feed industrial structures that we have and are being consolidated in different regions, like Hemobras in Goiânia, in the Northeast, Bahia Pharma, the pharmaceutical complex in Anápolis, in Manaus, in the Northeast. We have an important pole, a whole complex that produces medicines and drugs. And these are opportunities of regional development by producing herbal medicines and drugs in general, and different foodstuffs also that are linked to the assets of biodiversity. It's important to say that we are going through a favorable moment, that is the capillarity of our universities and federal institutes. There is a platform to generate scientific knowledge. Fiocruz is one that has capillarity also in its knowledge, and it helps us in generating scientific knowledge, and you value also the regional potential. It's important to work with the ecosystems of innovation involving the startups and the technological parks, how we can use the creative force of our youth, especially to generate new opportunities to this sector. Then we talk about the development of the innovation ecosystems that are regional. We have the triple helix. The government is the regulator with financing, incentives, credit, and PAC more and more consolidates the infrastructure so that processes can be more dense to produce knowledge that are connected to the world and can be strengthened in the regions that are a priority, the Northeast, the Center-West, the semi-arid, in the South and the Southeast. So we must look at the opportunities when you promote the innovation ecosystems involving academia, the government, the industry, the companies, and the hubs the open labs, the startups, they are very favorable environments to promote herbal medicines and drugs in general via innovation. And what is innovation? It's technology and investment that generates new products, new businesses with more productivity, more competitiveness, more jobs, and more inclusion. And that's what we want in our development strategies that has PNDR like its guideline. Our programs of productive development, I have two strategies. The first is our national integration pathways to strengthen the technological areas. We have 13 productive sectors. I mentioned 11, but now we have two more. And the root of biodiversity is the most important one to promote innovation via medicines in the region, in each region. We have some criteria to select the areas, and we define the projects, a portfolio of products. It depends on the sustainability, the potential for growth, an activity that will generate jobs, and we must have public and private initiatives. The root of biodiversity brings all of that. So we work today with a major territorial capillarity, and the root of biodiversity is very important. So from that, we created another program that is called BioReg. So we have the biodiversity route in the Amazon, in Bahia, Pernambuco, in Paraíba, and also they are growing and are linked to the Biomed program and the strategies that we try to structure in the Ministry of Integration. And bioeconomy is the most important of our models. And we work to improve our regional funds, fiscal incentives, and an infrastructure of connection that is being planned and implemented in the different regions. The institutional cooperation is important. We must have a partnership with the Ministry of Health, Fiocruz, the Fito Network, and the JET, and the Ministry of the Environment. They leverage this route. And our partnership is very fruitful. We have been working we see the erva baleeira that comes from Mata Atlântica and how this chain of herbal medicines add value. This herb has a therapeutic action, again, anti-inflammatory, anti-arthritis, and we have the primary process, beneficiary, and then it adds value. And it has been adopted by the Brazilian health system, and it adds lots of value. You have 10 reais per kilo of the fresh herb. Then it's dried. It's 50 reais per kilo based on technology. When it goes to a pharmaceutical lab and becomes an essential oil, it's 60 to 80 reais for 10 mLs. And if it becomes an aerosol, it costs from 70. It's either a cream or an aerosol. The aerosol, it's 50 reais, 75 grams. So the added value is something that cannot be denied. And we want to promote more and more the added value via the labs. When we talk about biotechnology, bioeconomy, we want to escalate that and put it in the marketplace, identifying the demands in Brazil and outside Brazil. So we have to put together the two sides, the regions and the marketplace, so that we can bridge the gap in the productive chain. We have the Mata Atlântica in Bahia, we have the Caatinga pole, we have other projects ongoing in the Amazon. We have the Center of Bioeconomy and Biotechnology that is being implemented by our ministry in Campina Grande, CIBS, Caatinga. We all want to link this with the major structures like Pharma Bahia, Hemobras. So we want to link the regional production with the major structures that we have in the capital cities. And CIBS works with biotechnology, bioeconomy, and innovation. So it's a very good perspective.
Now let's talk about Bioregio. This is related to the health complex and essential oils. This program is focused in approaching the market. We try to involve traditional communities. And the program is a specific program dedicated to biodiversity called Bioregio. And we are identifying the so-called territories of bioeconomy. Even in the borders, bioeconomy can be an integrating factor and provide integration cross borders. So by strengthening our twin cities at the border, we've been implementing those services of bioeconomy in the north of Brazil, in the border. And these can leverage the production, biodiversity, sustainable processes, strengthening those twin cities. And we are integrating with our neighboring countries. Now we are working with the action plan that is to identify the priority territories for the production of products, and we are identifying relevant markets, focusing on the market to buy those inputs and to promote this productive chain. And working with bioeconomy, identifying the potential that we have with Bioregio. We already have results in projects in the Amazon and the Northeast. And we want to put this Bioregio as a major program to development of the frontier area of Brazil. We are also working in other dimensions to invest in human resources, institutions, cultural aspects, infrastructure, especially connectivity infrastructure, and the market. So we come to these territories in the borders of Brazil, Amapá State, Rondônia, the Amazon area, Acre, Rondônia, Roraima, and Mato Grosso do Sul, in the semi-arid region. All these territories have been mapped so we can start our action plan that goes through involving different sectors, private sectors, social, civil society, investors, non-profit organizations, and a network for entrepreneurs and cooperatives, so that we can promote this production. We also want to develop plans of action for those selected territories. We want to have territorial governance, selection of anchor companies to add logistic value, focusing on specific products. That's the idea of BioRegio. It's based on products. And the definition of the investment plan and a portfolio of projects. An example of that is the training of technicians, producers, education for young people and women, improve the infrastructure, local labs, encourage startups, registration, patents, licensing, access to the genetic heritage, etc., etc. We are working with the Ministry of Development and Commerce, and also with the Environmental Ministry and Fiocruz. This is an example we are doing with the centers of bioeconomy in Altamira, in the area of the north part of Brazil, in the Solimões River, connected to the Frontier Mapati Innovation Center between the Federal University of the Amazon and the Federal Institute. 9 billion reais of investment from our ministry. And we do the necessary links of these areas with the pharmacological complex they have in Manaus, in the Amazon. We try to integrate it. So those farther down regions, we try to put them together. This is something that is very good, and it's related to other opportunities promoted by the federal government, like the integration pathways in South America, especially in the Amazon region. They help local and regional development, and also they can use these new opportunities. There is a perspective also in the border, as I said. Well, this is an example to all of you. And the ministry also has a significant use in some areas in terms of credit. And we increase the participation of bioeconomy. We try to foster this sector. This is the financing of infrastructure and encouragement. We act in the areas where we need bioeconomy to be more encouraged, so that sustainability is increased. Well, that's all I have. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions. Thank you, Fiocruz, for the invitation to present the Ministry of Integration to this debate. Thank you.
Desejo excelente evento a todos.
A gente agradece a
Thank you for your presentation. And I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Mariana Esteves in the audience. Welcome. Now we are going to talk about innovation in biodiversity drugs and the interaction with the scientific and technological development. Mariana Nunes, who is a researcher of the Center Sou Ciência from the Federal University of São Paulo.
Bem-vinda.
Gente, é uma tarefa ingrata, né?
Well, it's difficult to be the last one to talk. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be here with you, sharing my experience. I've learned a lot in those 2 days, and I'd like to congratulate everybody who organized this excellent event. I'm not a researcher in the biology area of the ecology, but I'm a researcher in the area of policies of science and technology. So perhaps the experience I'm going to share with you will help you to translate everything that you know, all the knowledge that you know, that you have, and the program that have been proposed in this seminar in a long-term public policy for this country. So first thing we have to understand is that there are different instruments to plan the policy of science and technology, how to understand it, implement it, and execute what is going to be done in this policy of science and technology. The national policy of science and technology is not a legal instrument. It doesn't exist as a regulation. There has been a trial to do that, to regulate the text during the last government, but the Council of Science and Technology didn't accept the text, and it never went to the Congress. So today we don't have a national policy of science and technology. We have some instruments in different areas. The first instrument or tool that everybody must know about, and where this program of biopharmaceuticals must enter, is in the National Strategy of Science and Technology. This is a document that was published in 2016 based on the discussions of the national conference that happened in 2010, and it was expired last year. So it's being rediscussed based on the conference we had this year. This was the 5th National Conference of Science and Technology in Brasilia a few months ago. The executive secretary was the former minister Sérgio Rezende, and we had many people involved in different states of Brazil who debated about what should be in the next text, in the next document. How do we have to think science and technology in this country for the next few years? The current one is the one that expired last year, and the one who is going to become current is being discussed. We have the legal framework of innovation published in 2018, the PNI of 2020, the PEI. It's the institutional strategic plan of the Ministry of Science and Technology. It expired last year, and the next one hasn't been done yet. The PPA is the one I coordinated last year. It's a pluriannual plan. It's a way of planning the next 4 years, what this new government is going to do, the new ministry is going to do in the next 4 years. We did that last year. The annual plan of investment, I know that you know the FINEP. The executive secretariat is here in Rio, so we must have sought financing at FINEP. So this investment plan of FNDCT is defined by the council of FMDCT every year. But it is a plan that foresees 3 years. It was defined last year. And I'm going to present the 10 principles of the current plan. UPLOA, that is the budget project for every year. If your program doesn't have, is not part of the budget law, it's difficult to find financing to structure a program. Besides that, I left the ministry in December last year. When I left the ministry, there was a proposal of having an actual plan for science and technology and also a national policy of science and technology after the conference finished. I don't know if this is going to be done, but it's being written right now. What is our major problem? Everybody put the challenge in the end, but I put it at the very beginning so that we can think together. Our tools to plan science and technology policies are done at different times. Last year, when I entered the ministry, one of the recommendations we received from CGU was you need to put the National Strategy of Science and Technology in the PPA. The strategy had been published in 2016, so the PPA of that time frame didn't take into consideration a strategy for science and technology. So this PPA that is current now is based on a strategy that was published in 2016 and that was done based on a 2010 conference, so almost 15 years ago. So the planning of this government is based in a discussion that was carried out 15 years ago. Lots have changed. Negationism was current in the country. And from the scientific point of view, the world has changed also. We have artificial intelligence, we have Internet of Things on a daily basis. So it's a different time frame altogether. So we had the budget law based on this PPA that was based on something that was done years ago. It's like a snowball. And everything is mixed up. All those instruments below a PPA and pay are instruments of the government as a whole. All the ministries have to do that. It's not only of my ministry, science and technology, but the strategy of science and technology, of the PNI, the legal framework of innovation, are linked to science and technology. So we need to fit into the time frame of these different tools for planning in science and technology. I'm not going to talk about all the tools or instruments because the event is not about that. ENCTI, the National Strategy of Science and Technology, we have a main chapter, but I only found mention of herbal medicines, one citation. That's the one I put here, articulation for the technological development for health. Just one mention in this document. And this strategy is very interesting. There is a specific chapter about monitoring and evaluation of results. If you're not monitoring to know if it was implemented, it won't be implemented because it's very beautiful to have beautiful plans that have never been finished or implemented. So to have a good monitoring and evaluating system of the policy, it's part of the original planning. So in your program of bio or herbal medicines or biomedicines, you must have indicators to see if you are going to implement the program. The PNI is a policy that has vanished. The last time, it foresees a chamber of innovation with all the ministries. The last meeting was in 2022. We don't have the minutes of the meeting, and within the PNI, I didn't find these words that we have there, like biomedicines and also herbal medicines. The PPA, I was part of this process. We had 5 major programs that were established in the conference of 2010. This year, we had the 5th conference. The very first one was in the 80s. It helped to structure the Ministry of Science and Technology that also started in the 80s. The second conference structured a major program of consolidating the system of science and technology. That's the one we have within the ministry. From that moment onwards, the third conference debated about financing of science, how to guarantee the financing of technology. And we have the sector funds. And on the third conference, we debated the financing of innovation. So FINEP also thought about that. The fourth conference brought to science and technology the importance of studying social development. So those 4 important programs presented last year were built by the academic community on the last 30 years. Nothing is new. And the nuclear policy and the space program in Brazil are strategic for the country. Those are technologies that we cannot acquire internationally. So we have to develop it internally. This program is the oldest one with 7 or 6 important goals. And this program proposed last year not only to consolidate and expand science and technology, but also to recover, because we went through a process of destruction of labs and equipments that became obsolete. So the proposal of the consolidation program of the new government is to recover the infrastructure of research, to attract new researchers for the system, and also to invite the people who left Brazil to come back, the researchers and scientists who left the country. So we want also to guarantee financing for innovation so that the companies can benefit from the knowledge produced in our institutions of science and technology. But what is different is to bring to the ministry the debate that is carried out in the other ministries, how to re-industrialize our countries, how we can contribute for that. Within the PPA of MCTI, I found the fact that there is a second specific goal that matches what you are thinking, is the industrial complexes and technological ones. Within these objectives, we have 4 deliveries. One of them deals with health. We invest in this complex with this specific goal. All the budget of the ministry is linked to the PPA. Each budget action, each budget plan is linked to a program and to a goal within the PPA. If it's not in the PPA, the ministry has no way of investing in that. This is something that people sometimes don't know. The third program to support actions for social development. Within this program, we don't mention biomedicines, but the development of social technologies to include non-academic actors, the issues of having a more popular science. All of that can be accessed via the program that you are proposing. It was very difficult for us to build this program. It's a new one. It was not within the planning of the ministry. It was difficult for us to do that because we didn't have the budget for this program. We had to create something linked to the resources of the FNDCT. But today we do have resources for this program of social development that are within the ministry.
The nuclear policy is an old one. I'm talking about this because these programs are considered strategic for the government of Brazil. Not for this government, but for the country. They change here and there. I just published a paper I did about the Brazilian space program, showing the constant decrease in financing for this space program in the last 20 years. So although it's a constant program in the Brazilian government, it's not easy to guarantee financing. So you have to put your programs as a strategic program within some ministry, science and technology or any other ministry, with everything it takes, goals, objectives, KPIs, how can you trace it, how can you monitor it. Then you would have the help of other institutions that help monitor the execution of these programs. This is the Brazilian space program. Well, the investment plan was approved last year. There are 10 structuring programs. The idea here is that we have a concentration of resources in major programs. Some are related to the 6 missions of the Ministry of Science, Development, Industry. So we have the recovery program for infrastructure, digital transformation, sustainable development of the Amazon, repatriation of talents. This program was very much criticized. Support to public policies based on scientific knowledge. This number 6 may be interesting because it was thought to guide financing to the ministries so that they could demand or order research to specific institutions. So this is for the ministries to establish public policies based on scientific knowledge. So the ministries can order research in this area via this resource. Then you have support to strategic programs, promotion of technology in defense, and science and technology for food safety and hunger eradication. Now I'll talk about my area, financing for science. Many people think that FNDCT is the panacea for financing science in Brazil. It was very important. I wrote about it in 2022. Last year, finally, we were able to pass a law for the government to execute the resources of this fund. Until last year, it was almost 10 billion reais. This year it should be 12 billion, but they still have more money than they spent. Here in this graph, we see how much Brazil spends in research and development. It's around 80 or 90 billion reais a year. These data are from 2020 because we don't have the indicators of 2022 yet. You can notice that after 2019, there is a drop in expenditures. This drop is an estimate. We will see that after 2017, all expenditures are estimates because we don't have the research that provides the real data of how much the Brazilian companies invest in science and technology. But in the last 20 years, half the investment has been done by the government, federal government, state government, and the other half by the companies, public or private companies. It's around 1.14% of the GDP. Again, these data are from 2020. In 21 and 22, this number has increased because of the industry or the entrepreneurs' investment in technologies like artificial intelligence and remote access and others. Who invests in science and technology? This data is from 2022. So we have investment, federal investment in blue. In 22 was 42 million, and in 23 should be more than 50 million. But this investment is not done by the Ministry of Science and Technology. the Ministry of Education is the one who invests more in science and technology, more than the Ministry of Science and Technology. Other ministries also invest in science and technology in Brazil. State governments have presented an increase in their investment in this area of science and technology, and this sort of compensated the drop in the federal investment. So if we add both tables, we can see that we have 56 billion of public investment in 2019, 54 in 2020, then there was a decrease in 21 and a small recovery in 22 because of the resources put at Fiocruz to fight COVID and the production of vaccines. And the expenditures of the companies. Now, I'm showing these indicators because when we think about a new program, when we plan a new program, we have to think about indicators, indicators of result. How can we evaluate the result of this work? In the academic community, we have been noticing that the scientific community evaluates the result of their work based on some indicators, like production, number of papers, etc. The program that you are suggesting should have other indicators. We can't think only about number of articles that have been published without considering the amount of people that are being hit by those products, without thinking how the original peoples are being compensated for their work. So we have to think about other indicators for your program. These are the traditional indicators we have in the ministry. Resources, number of articles, number of patents. Innovation data. And also the comparisons that are done with other countries. How can we include one program for biodiversity in the planning instruments? Then I go back to the beginning. In the strategy for 2030, this is what is being done right now. The next strategic planning from the ministry should be started this year. The pluriannual plan has annual reviews, so it can be included in the planning of the ministry through these annual revisions. The annual plan of investments of FNDCT, if you want a strategic program, I think that's what you want. This program has to be included in the plan of FNDCT. This is a resource. Leandro mentioned 85% of the investment in science and technology. It's 85% of the budget of the Ministry of Science and Technology. For 2025, they are discussing it right now at the National Congress. In the action plan of science and technology that is being written right now, and of course, when we have the importance of having a national policy for science and technology, the biopharmaceutical program must be included in this policy. That's all. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, parabéns pela palestra. Você quer...
Congratulations for your talk. And I would like to ask Dr. Jefferson to come to the stage. Dr. Cleila has already left. If you have any questions. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Mariana, for giving us a class about how to go, what we should do. We have students here, and we talk about public policies. And the fact that you've showed us the path to go, it's new for me. And you have clarified many doubts that I had. And it's important for us to build a policy of innovation and biodiversity. And I urge all those forces of Fiocruz to go this way, because there is a need for us to have a science that promotes an ecological development that's more than sustainable, but has biodiversity as its central element. I follow the debate about science. And even the name of the ministry has changed. When you have the Society of Science to create CNPq and agencies of science that most Brazilians don't even know about. But there was the time of the great change of globalization. Or where the issue of science and development were translated in the word innovation. It changed the name of the ministry. And the conferences that were held from then onwards, I followed them all in their evolution, expecting to have a national system of innovation, because in reality, that's what you said in the hegemonic model, based on the theories of knowledge. And the schools of economics in the world. And we were very close to that. But the system was not formed. We had everything to build that. We had the theoretical advancement, an academic one, but nothing was done. And I also followed other strategic documents, not only from the ministry, but also the think tank of the ministry. There was a time that within the scope of the discussions, there was first innovation. Second, a concept that was brought to Brazil of sustainability. And then in the pipeline, we have the issue of the Brazilian biodiversity that is stated in some documents. And I was very excited about that. But then all these keywords that are a metaphor of everything that was being built, they sort of vanished from the documents. And you had the word biopharmacos. That doesn't say much. It's a technical and wide concept, and at the same time is restricted. And it's different from what was written. Sustainability, biodiversity. Those words vanished from these policies or the instruments that were created by the ministry. And after the last government that destroyed the structure of government of Brazil and all the ministries, not only yours, people sometimes are ashamed of admitting that, but MMA was a scandal. And there were others. You all know that. So it's very curious to try to rescue something in a conference. A conference, theoretically, you reunite people that are going to come to some ideas, some conclusions. The conference comes after the plan. And for me, this is very complicated, I would say. It's pluriannual. And then you have a conference. And the result of the conference, theoretically speaking, will only become current in the next plan, the next pluriannual plan. We've been waiting for 20 years. So my question, in fact, is, you said some words, or you presented us the pathway to be followed for us who are thinking about and building those other planning tools for science and technology. But on the other hand, we have to put our demands in the building of these plans from now on, going forward. But right now, what are the resources of the National Fund of Science we could access so that we can have significant proposals for the building of this system? If we follow this planning through the years, when it is implemented, there's going to be finally a national policy of science and technology, and we will have a program of innovation of medicines in biodiversity. My grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be happy to know that. So I thank you for showing us what to do, and we are going to follow the path you indicated. But today, what are the chances of demanding financing based on the National Plan of Science and Technology? Not to install a national program, but because there is no policy, but we can pretend there is one. I don't know if you understood my question, but we are anguished about that. The FMDCT has two sources, FINEP and EMBRAPI, that was presented here. Is another part. Part of our resources go to EMBRAPI. And there are some foundations that support research and have some resources. But to demand a project for me and for you is something different. But to have a more institutional proposal, the FITO network should talk to the presidency of FINEP and the director of FNDCT so that you can be included in some action plan as quickly as possible, a new plan of investment.
Pode. Deixa uma dúvida com a Mariana. O conceito de biofármaco é muito associado, né, ou vem sendo usado para...
This concept of biopharmaceuticals has been used for genetically modified cells. Have you used the term in this sense? No, I'm sorry, no. I'm not a researcher in this area. That's what I read on the policy. No, it was not specific.
Não, é porque aí pode confundir
Because
quando você faz uma busca.
When you do a search, for instance,
e usando o termo
if you use biopharmacal,
da indústria, dos processos biotecnológicos, né? Ela é da área falou que está ultrapassada, então pode
it may mask the result. I don't know. Well, thank you for clarifying that issue. I have a question. I'd like Dr. Jefferson to explain and clarify what is the relationship with the FITOS network and the Ministry of Development, Regional Development, that has this presentation. Yeah. And if there is the perspective of renovating this contract that includes biodiversity as well as this new path for bioeconomy, she called BioRegis. Can you clarify, please? Well, our relationship with the Ministry of Integration and Regional Development is based in a cooperation agreement we have. We've created this biodiversity path. This is together with the RedesFito. And in these paths, we develop, we have 4 poles in Brazil. The newest one will be created in the south of Brazil, in the Pampas. And as to this agreement that we have, this agreement is expiring, so we are building a new cooperation agreement. And in that, we want to deepen our action to go beyond biodiversity and also work in the bioregio. This is another development focused on bioeconomy. Using a concept of anchor companies and business projects. This is more specific. We have a close relationship with them. And we would have like a signing this new cooperation agreement, but the secretary is not able to come.
So this is a question for Jefferson, and essentially it's due to my incapacity to calculate or evaluate land usage for phytomedicines, I assume you have an idea of what it would be an average land usage in terms of hectares or square kilometers for a phytomedical product for a Brazilian market. So how many hectares would you need to do one phytomedical product? And then how much would you need for 10? And what would you need for a worldwide market? How would the Brazilian landscape change if you go worldwide with a product? It's not a provocation. It's just a wondering. I don't want to upset you by any way.
Então, primeiramente, não fica chateado.
Well, I'm not upset at all about your question, but in terms of volume, the size, how many hectares to create these drugs or phytotherapics, as you mentioned, it will depend on the species. The vegetal input is different for different species, and also how much benefits are you applying. So the number of hectares, I can't tell you because I don't work in this area, but we have those studies. There are people who have this mapped out. But I understand your concern. As I said before, we are not advocating for any kind of bioeconomy, like, for instance, monoculture of certain medicinal plants to become an international commodity. That's not the type of development we support. We want diversification, like a basket of many different vegetable input that will be used to produce herbal medicine or phytomedications. We do not advocate for monoculture and the production in a big space. This is a risk, and it happens. And with that, you generate impacts on the landscape and the wrong handling of the land, like burning and fires, you know. This is something we don't support.
Boa tarde. Na verdade, assim, não é uma pergunta.
Well, I have a comment. I just received yesterday. I was invited to be with the Secretary of Science and Technology on Monday, next Monday, that will be in Rio. I was invited for a meeting. I think this is a coincidence because, as Dr. Mariana said, we should go to those who are writing the policy right now. I think it would be interesting because the Secretary will be here in Rio talking about the economic and industrial complex of health that were discussed here. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to talk about this area of biodiversity and phytotherapeutic products. We will be there discussing, because we have another program together with the Fiocruz and the economic complex that is going to be built in Santa Cruz to discuss how can we implement this industry to guide the industry of health to Rio de Janeiro, back to Rio de Janeiro. It's just a coincidence. The secretary will be here in Rio on next Monday.
Olá, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentations. I'm Nicole. I'm a student. But I like the health area, but I also like public policies and sustainability. Now we see denial in the area of health. People talk about specialization and technical education, but these people are already included in this job, so they know the importance of the biodiversity and herbal medicine. So my question is, do you have in these programs and projects and bioeconomy, do you have any projects to help fighting lack of information and negationism or denial, so we could include the population in this discussion? I think it's very important. It's no use have the drugs, and then during COVID, for instance, people did not want to go and have the vaccine. And now we have other diseases like child palsy, that diseases that have been eradicated and are coming back. Well, in our network, RedesFito, we work with continuous education. And in the project, we always have the idea of involving and capacity and training the local community at all levels, not only the upper level in terms of post-graduation level education. Some projects we are teaching these settlements. I always say that RedesFito is a place to exchange knowledge, and this exchange will allow us to create new knowledge. In terms of continuous education for science, we don't mean to say that science is better than anything else. It's just another way of knowing and generating knowledge, but not the only one. In this perspective, we have our projects. I agree with you. You have to work with technological development, but at the same time, you have to make people aware of what is being explained to them. How do you explain to these people? It's almost impossible, you know. We talked about this fact that the doctors prescribe medicine and drugs, but many of these professionals don't study that. Herbal medicine is not presented to them in the schools. If they don't know, how can they prescribe to someone else? So it's a problem. Sometimes it's not only a matter of denying, they just don't know, they don't have access to information.
Mas se eu vou começar a falar aqui disso, eu vou falar a tarde inteira.
Well, I don't have the whole afternoon to talk because I love this subject. I have a channel in YouTube. I like to divulge scientific ideas. I have been also the professor of people of high school. But the comeback to disinformation is very complex. There isn't just one solution, but we have four major themes. The first one is to understand that disinformation, it's not something for one person that doesn't know what they are talking about. It is disorganized and has a target public. And this goes through the responsibility of those who produce this disinformation. A second issue has to do with the way the academic community communicates with society. And you can do that in different ways. You can take a scientist to the street to answer questions for those who go by. And you have other projects in the social media. Two young scientific students had a lawsuit because there was someone selling a medicine against diabetes that was totally fake. And they went against him, and they lost the lawsuit. The judge is forcing them to pay moral damages to this guy who was lying, who was producing fake news. So you have to face some legal issues also. You also include museology, because museology is an action of scientific ideas, and it's spreading. And we have how to learn how to read and write science. So the letter of science, you have to teach the young people what is the scientific method. How did we arrive at a conclusion, at some things, so people can make decisions or take better decisions. Better decisions, like not voting in for someone who tells you not to take a vaccine. I would like to thank you all. I'm finished. It's been 2 great days. I loved listening to you and participating in the debate. Thank you very much for the invitation. That's all. Thank you very much for the exchange of knowledge we had, and also especially the team from CIBS that promoted this event. And all the team that participated, I would like to thank them all. And Fiocruz. And especially Mayara and Glauco, who were the heads of this initiative. Congratulations. Thank you.
Antes da cerimônia de encerramento, eu gostaria.
I would like to remind you that we have a team from the magazine Fiocruz that you can take one of these magazines that is a magazine about biodiversity. You can take an issue if you want. It's an electronic magazine, but we still have some more issues on paper. You can take one with you if you want. And before I finish, Mayara wants to talk for 5 minutes.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon.
Então, assim, é mais ou menos já iniciando.
This is the beginning of the closing ceremony.
Não poderia deixar de agradecer.
I have to thank,
Queria começar aqui dizendo que o Seminário Internacional de
and I'd like to start saying that our seminar
foi idealizado pelo
was the idea of Glauco. So a special thanks to him.
Celebre, a gente. Ele falou,
When he raised the idea, he said, let's go. And I said, yes, come on, let's go. We were afraid, but we faced the challenge because there are many situations to control. Some unexpected things happen, sudden changes in the program. So it's very difficult to put together an event such as this. But I think we are able to achieve our goal. I'm very proud. Thank you, Glauco, for this opportunity. And when we say goodbye, I have to thank everybody who make this event possible.
Se eu esquecer de alguém, porque nesse momento a emoção toma conta mais do que a razão, né?
And first, I'd like to thank President Mário, all the representatives
a todos os representantes das
of the vice presidencies. We have elected in those vice presidencies one representative of each one. VTPs was Leila Mello. She was here yesterday, but not today. So thank you, Leila. Cristiane Boal from VCPB. Thank you, Cristiane. Carla Filizola from VPAPs, representing Dr. De Castro. I know you are online, so thank you very much. All our vice presidencies, without them, this seminar would not be possible. And now, all our CIBS team, although I'm the coordinator, there are many other people involved, including voluntaries, former students that are here today helping. So, I'd like to thank Dr. Manuela da Silva, part of the scientific committee, Aline, Anne, Juliana, who worked a lot, Luana, Denise, Plínio, Victor. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. The team of this hotel, Viviane Oliveira, Leander, Seconde from Farmanguinhos, thank you very much. Rebecca, Jefferson, and Heitor and Luana that did the interviews. Eugênio, who did the visual identity, the operation of the site. He was fundamental to our event.
Ele também foi muito importante para a gente, continua sendo, enfim. Então, a todos que estavam aqui,
all of you involved, all the audience, all the ones who are following us online, thank you very much. We had more than 224 people in person, 664 online. After the two-day presentation, we had more than 3,000 viewers, so a very good reach. I think this discussion that is so important will continue on. We had valuable discussion, and we are getting ready for our next event. We formed a group of partners so that we can discuss more about this debate and promote innovation in biodiversity medicine. We have a very good product, Rosane, who is our rapporteur. Thank you. And Maria Helena, they are helping us. And all the ladies, Tatiane, Elizabeth, Joyce,
nosso apoio geral também. As
who
meninas da
supported
recepção,
us, the receptionists, everybody, you know, was involved. So we are very happy with the result of this event.
trabalho árduo, mas
It's hard work, but when we finish and we have success, we just have to thank those who participated.
celestiais, vamos dizer assim. Tá? Então, não há muitas palavras o que dizer.
There's no more to say. I will conclude so that
Para finalizar esse evento com a
we
Denise
can
e com o Glauco
conclude
falando,
this event by Denise and Glauco.
gostaria de agradecer.
Thank you very much.
O que vocês precisarem, vocês podem
Whatever you
contar comigo.
need,
Quem quiser pegar meu
come to
contato,
me.
pegar o contato do
I can help you.
da Denise, o que vocês precisarem, o CIBS está aqui à disposição.
We are
Tá bom? Muito
available.
obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Mayara. Parabéns. Agradecer quem
Ainda está online.
We'd like to thank those who are still online,
E agora eu chamo o Glauco.
and I will call Glauco
Cerimônia de
for our closing ceremony.
Bom, boa tarde. Com muita
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to come to the end of this journey. I'm very moved with Mayara's words. It's been hard to build. We worked for years. And I think that our goal was met, to open a debate, to open this road, to plant this seed of committing our institution to continue this process. And we understand that we are an institution that has been around for 100 years, and we are not the only institution that will lead this road with biodiversity and technology. We will have national and international partnerships, and the partnerships of the ministries and everybody else. And that was the main idea of this seminar. And I think that we are finishing it with a great success from what I've heard in the halls. Maria Helena, please. I would like her. She's responsible for, she's the rapporteur of this event. And we have already produced a document that is going to be reviewed and is going to be published in the Fiocruz magazine, the same way we did with the review of the policy of herbal medicine 2 years ago. But right now, I would like to ask Maria Helena to read the main conclusions that we have come to in the different themes that were discussed here. Thank you. Good afternoon. This document is going to be organized and revised and published in the Fiocruz magazine as a supplement. And you will have the whole content of the document so that we are more dynamic. I'm going to put a presentation on the screen so that you can follow. I'm very pleased to present the main points of the International Seminar of Innovation and Biodiversity Drugs. This event was dedicated to the exchange of knowledge and the deepening of themes that are relevant for academia and the scientific world. This event was a great opportunity to discuss the advances challenges and solutions in our areas of studies. As we are very uncertain about the world, a new model of economic development has to be supported by proposals of science and innovation. The public knows that the organization of this new model depends on a deep change in the production methods and the consumption methods. In this context, the political, economical, and social dimensions of the Brazilian mega biodiversity should be considered the heart of a debate of a more ecological development. The concepts related to innovation and biodiversity drugs represent a solid basis to form a policy that makes viable the potential of our biodiversity, transforming that in innovations and opening a new pathway for the development of drugs in Brazil in an ecological, inclusive, distributive way. The change of route announced by the new Brazilian government as of last year, we can associate the macroeconomic policy to building a sustainable development. And we can contribute with policies, with innovations in biodiversity drugs to open new pathways for technological development of drugs in Brazil, and also make real the potential that we have in Brazil for our biodiversity, promoting the sharing of benefits, the recovery, and the conservation of the ecosystems. One of the main points we would like to highlight that looking at the sessions, the first one was the climate threat, science and ecological development. We can highlight that we discussed public policies for science and biodiversity, saying how necessary it is to have a new way of making and thinking science that will foster the technological development, having biodiversity as the main axis of this new way of thinking. The discussion that we highlighted was about the strategies for programs of bioeconomy, the regional sustainable development, the need for a regulatory framework, the need to invest in new working models by breaking the old paradigm, the development of biobanks, a synergetic approach of researchers and all the actors involved in promoting this change, and the need to broaden the clinical studies in biodiversity drugs, and they would be a viable proposal of a new group of development of products.
Session 2, we talked about bioprospection, knowledge, information on biodiversity. We have to remember that we have to know this biodiversity, and this should be connected to a program of bioprospection to make this more feasible. In this area, we talked about information of digital sequencing, so that this research, scientific research, can allow biological development. The importance of traditional communities, like indigenous communities and other groups who have the knowledge about the use of these medicinal plants, animals, and other organisms.
porque nos desloca daquele local de só pensar
It's important because we think beyond phyto. We look at the biodiversity as a whole. The strategic role of a national program of bioprospection and the importance of the value chain and governance for allowing a real sharing of benefits, respecting the local communities and traditional knowledges. And this is the real basis to promote innovation and conservation of biodiversity. Today, we started by discussing technology 4.0 and its importance for new drugs. These technologies are thought based on this perspective of open access and the possibility of having a basis of information for the whole community, not only the scientific community, but everybody who needs this knowledge to build this major information portal. So it's very important to qualify and to retain those talents with the association of companies, and we see the importance of this discussion. At Fiocruz, for instance, to have Brazil as a model to Latin America. And always remember that the climate change will trigger processes that many times can be irreversible. And this was very well presented when we talked about the desertification process that is being affected by the climate crisis. And the importance of bioprospection in developing herbal medicine and biopharmaco. The new regulatory framework was also discussed and how it can be defined based on a major effort of the whole country, with discussion of the drugs for biodiversity. This will have a positive result in a new policy of innovation. With the potential of the Brazilian biodiversity, how is it underused? There are many gaps that need to be closed, and this is a great challenge. Those gaps are related to science, innovation, development, and operation of the access systems, and the sharing of benefits again with the communities. How can this be effective? Where we can connect this to the potential that biodiversity brings. It's important to protect intellectual property because it can guarantee the rights, the stimulus to innovation, the sharing of benefits for traditional communities, promoting sustainable development. And the challenge we have is to encourage researchers and excellency centers and mobilize the pharmaceutical industry to produce drugs from biodiversity. And we concluded today with Section 5, discussing the new policy for innovation in biodiversity medicine. It aims at including all these points of view, from players, from knowledges that will be represented in the family, agriculture, regional peoples, and traditional communities. and base biodiversity in the National Organization of the Eco-Productive Systems.
Destacando os arranjos ecoprodutivos.
We have these arrangements as a promising strategy allied with innovation in health and environmental conservation for a more sustainable development. Bioeconomy and the economic and industry complex for health are a significant opportunity. And it's important to consider that within this perspective, we need new indicators that are more close to this discussion. And we would like to conclude by saying that this document will be organized, reviewed, and published as a complement of Fito's magazine. This is our website. This is our Instagram page. So you can follow us and collaborate with us. I would like to conclude by what Ayrton Krenak said. He reminds us the importance of being brave, to be alive radically, and do not negotiate survival. That's what he said. This is our thank you from us to you. See you in the next event. Thank
Queria
Once again, I would like to thank the whole team that organized this event, and a special thank you to Nayara, who is a warrior. So then I close the seminar. Thank you.
Fechou?